and I didn't know that he was in my parking lot. So, he was out watching TV, but when I came out and we spent a little time together, he left. And after he left, I started cleaning up, and I wanted to put my diamond ring back on, which I had on my dresser, and the ring was gone.
Oh,
so, I'm sorry?
Nothing. Ouch, actually, that hurts.
Yeah, and you know what's really ouch about it is that I had a big emotional connection to it. It took me 3 years to get it. I prayed on it. I had to wait. It was an $8,000 retail ring. It was beautiful, and it was a big square that had all diamonds in it. And I wanted that ring so bad. I prayed on that for like 3 years. And finally, it came down to $2,000, and they allowed me to use 3 coupons. So I was out the door at $1,200 with it. So I'm very, very attached to that ring. Some people think I might be too materialistic, but I went through hell to get that ring. Excuse my English. I went through heck to get it, because they took it back from me, saying that there was a coupon I wasn't supposed to have, and I cried myself to sleep that night. And then a couple months later, the coupon came up, and they said, go get it with the 3, and I did. So that ring is always on me. It's very seldom that I take it off, and I happened to take it off that day because I was doing a lot of cleaning and stuff. He's swearing that he didn't take the ring on the way out. I did call the police, and I had a police report made, and they called him, and he said he didn't touch it. So I don't know what to do. It's like I don't want to bother with him anymore because I can't have somebody around me that I can't trust. I've torn my place upside down looking for this ring, and it's nowhere to be found. I mean, I looked in every nook and cranny, every place that I wouldn't put it, I looked. Every place I would put it, I looked, and it's not here. And he was the only person in my place, because I don't let anybody over here. He was the first male that ever come into my house in 8 years. So, I'm just torn up. I'm hurt because of the ring, and I'm also hurt because now the buildup of whatever we put into each other over the past almost year is gone also. So he walked out with my ring, my Christmas gift that I had saved for him, and my love, Mm-hmm. So I'm kind of like all over the place. My heart is shattered, and I just want to know if you think that I'm on the right track with my thoughts as to him taking it.
Well, let me put it this way. The card I got while you were telling me this is the Justice card, which tells me that I'm looking at this situation that justice will be done. So that's good to know. We'll see how that works out. Obviously, mm-hmm. Sorry, my throat is. The air is so dry here; it's getting to me. The temperance card. The temperance card is next, which is a card about balance being restored. Right now, your balance is not. You've been thrown out of balance. Now, this is the card that's after the 7 of Swords. That's about somebody who is sneaking around and doing something bad. And you see, so the signs are not good here in terms of this person. Let's put it that way. But justice will prevail according to these cards. Your future in terms of personal happiness and romance is good. Okay, because I've got the 10 of Cups here and I've got the 4 of Rods. So that's telling me that you're going to get things restored. The whole thing is going to be restored in your life. The World card is here. That's the assured success. The problem with life is that in order to fully enjoy it, we have to open ourselves up to other people. And that makes us vulnerable at times. And you just got hit with one of those times, I mean, you're pretty sure about this from what you're saying, that that it's not the kind of thing that.
Yes.
I mean, you're really sure. Let me put it that way. You're very sure about this.
I'll put it this way. I'm 100% sure. And the reason why I say that is because I watched that ring like if it was my little child. I don't have the money to buy something that expensive. So if it's out of my sight, I didn't say anything right away. I waited till I tore my place apart. And I knew that it wasn't here. And then I said something, and he wanted to swear on a Bible. I said, no, I don't want you to do that. because there's people going to their death that swear in the Bible that they didn't kill the person, and they go to the chair with the lie. So that's not going to help me. What's going to help me is you returning the ring.
You don't. What's the word I'm looking for? You're not light. You don't just toss this thing on the floor somewhere. You don't just walk in the house and toss the ring aside. You have a set routine for everything you do, and I'm sure when you take it off, you have it in the same place each time. So the fact that you look for it.
And if it's in a different place, excuse me. If it's in a different place, it doesn't take me 2 weeks to find it. It's going on 2 weeks that I've been looking for it, and I keep repeating the same patterns of looking, and it's driving me crazy. And my sister thinks I'm ridiculous. She goes, Sherry, why are you so attached to that ring? But she doesn't understand that somebody violated my privacy, my space. And that was mine. That wasn't his to take.
That was exactly the word that came to my mind, was violation. That you've been violated. This is not. It's it's, as people say, it's really not about the item. Well, it really isn't about the item. It's about the person. It's about the feelings. It's about all of that. But I see that you're going to come through this, and you'll be okay. The justice card is what's important here. So let's hope that this will be revealed to you, because right now, what you're in the period where balance has been thrown out of your life by Seven of Swords, by a person who did something wrong and hurt you. But all the cards after this down the road are really good. It's just getting there that's a problem. And not a problem is an overused word. Let's just say it's difficult, because you can't ignore it. It's not one of those things, after all that you invested emotionally and personally, which goes way beyond the $1,200. And the ring was a symbol.
Oh, yeah, because it was him, too. I was invested in him. But, of course, I'd want my ring over him. I mean, because if this is the type of person he is, I deserve, my worth is more, I'm worth more than that. I'm used to men buying me jewelry, not stealing it,
Well, I think
what I
you're
want
to
to ask
be okay.
you. Okay. What I wanted to ask you was the justice card. Do you think that there's a possibility, or do you think that it's just wishful thinking that because I think he was very attached to me, because when he was leaving, when I accused him and stuff, he said, look, I didn't want things to end this way. I didn't, I said, well, I didn't either, but that was in your hands. Do you think that he could possibly come forth and admit that he took it, or at least tell me where he pawned it?
Well, I'm not getting any positive cards in that direction, although the Hierophant is here, which is a card of religious authority, which means he might just have a conscience working on him at this point. I mean, I don't see you ever being comfortable with the person again anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But because I got, again, that card, the Five of Swords, which I'm sure represents him in this whole thing. With time, anything, of course, is possible. I'm sure that the police are checking pawn shops, things like that. So there's reason to hope, but I'm seeing more of a religious aspect to him. And so maybe there will be some kind of a, I hate to use the word conversion, but yeah, he might start.
Well, that would be good for him, because maybe he'll be good around other people. But like you said, I couldn't trust him again in my life.
Yeah, here's the Justice card again. I've got the Five of Swords, which is a person who's sneaky. That's similar to the Seven of Swords. This is a person doing bad things behind your back. Fives are very severe in tarot. Followed by the Hierophant, which is the High Priest, followed by Justice. So there's a pretty good chance that that his own mind and his own conscience is working on him.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm the wrong person to do that to because I'm a very giving person. I give to people that, not that I have a lot, but I give whatever I have. And, if somebody's asking for food outside, I'll go buy them something. And, I'm very gracious that way. I mean, I was like, you don't hurt people like me. You know what I mean? You just don't do it.
I know.
Because God protects us, too.
The people like that are like you're describing, they can close the door on you. You could if you mistreat them, the door gets closed and it stays closed. And are you like that? Because I
like I'm the type that I'm as loving and as sweet as cake all day. But once I feel a betrayal, that's a done deal. That would be done. I mean, I would love it if he, told me where it was or gave it back to me, but I don't know if I'd ever be able to trust him again. He'd have to prove himself to me,
Well, why don't you do this? Check back with me in a couple of months, and let's see what happens if anything shows up in the cards then, okay?
Sure. So are we basically done, or do you have any time for just a quick something very quick?
I really need to get to one more call before I go off.
Okay, no problem then. So the Justice card is what's standing out the most.
And the Hierophant, yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So that's good.
Okay. So I will get back to you, and Thanks. I'll find you on the web.
Great. Thanks for calling, and hang in there, because the cards show that you will get that balance back into your life. It feels really bad without it, but you'll get it. You'll get it back. And let's just shuffle up the cards, and we'll go to Arshea in Chicago.
Yes,
Hi, you're on with Reverend
right.
Elliot.
Hello. How are you?
Hi. I'm doing well. How are you tonight? I didn't mangle your name, did I?
No, it's a bit of a tongue twister, but you got it right.
Good. What can I look at for you? I've got a few minutes left.
Okay. So I'm just going through a rough time overall, and there's a lot of anxiety and uncertainty around an upcoming relocation.
Mm-hmm.
So do you see anything in that direction? I am currently in Chicago, and I'm hoping to relocate to Boone.
Well, first of all, I've got a card that means exactly that, literally and sometimes metaphorically, but it's about moving. It's the Six of Swords. I had that earlier for someone too. It's about getting from where you are to where you want to be. It's a mental thing about growth and becoming, but it also literally means making a move. But the important thing is it's moving from rough waters to calm waters. So the move will be good for you. The Empress is here. That tells me that you're the kind of person who makes things grow and makes things happen. So you'll be good there. I see. The interesting thing is, I see money in your future here, and money and happiness. I see. Now I know they say money doesn't buy happiness, but it can rent a good share of happiness, can't it? I've got three cards here, all about money, and then the Ten of Cups, which is happiness. So are you relocating for better work, better job?
Yeah, actually, the thing is, I hope Six of Swords doesn't mean going all the way back to India. That's where I'm from.
No.
I hope it doesn't mean.
No. It means from where it means you're going to go to where you want to be.
Okay, because Six of Swords is usually over water, right?
Well, it's metaphorically on water, just to show that it's like going from a rough sea to a calm sea. That's what's more important. I don't take that so literally in that sense, because it shows someone in a boat. But in some decks,
how do we get clarity that are we going to Boone and not back to India? How do we get clarity on that?
How do you guarantee that you won't go back to India?
No, clarity. How do I get clarity that the move will be to Boone and not back to India?
Because this is about the Six of Swords is about your mind. It's about you. That's why some decks call that science. It's where you want to go. It's not going to be kicking you anywhere. If you want to go somewhere, that's where you're going to go. That's a card about somebody getting where she wants to go. So if you want to go to India, you'll go to India. If you don't, you won't. You
Right.
want to go to this other.
Okay. So it's
So that's
taking
the
me
main
where
thing,
I want to go.
Yes, and it's not about being subject to the it's not like it's a sailboat depending on the wind, because very deliberately that boat is being propelled by a person with a stick, and it's being pushed to where she wants it to go. Sometimes there's nothing wrong with throwing your oars overboard and seeing where life takes you, but you've got to be prepared to go wherever it happens. But you don't want to do that, and I don't blame you. Let me tell you this.
And how does
another
how does the
card
rest of the
here.
year? Yeah, tell me.
There's another card here, which is the Ten of Swords, which it means that the worst is over. That you've been through some rough times. The worst is over. It's one of those cards that people think means death. It doesn't. It means that the life threw its worst at you, and you're still here. You're gonna get up, and you're gonna be fine. So I think that you're making
going through the worst time of my life right now.
Well, hallelujah. That's because that means it's going to end, because the not the life, the bad times. The Ten of Swords means that life threw its worst at you, and you're still here, and you can shake your fist at life because you say you're going to win, according to this. Because this is all these cards afterwards are very happy. You made up your mind to move for a specific reason, and it looks like you're going to get that specific reason, that you know what you're doing and it's going to work. I've got to run. I've only got about 30 seconds left, but I've got a very positive outcome here for you, okay?
Look, how does the rest of this year look?
The rest what?
How does the rest of this year look?
Oh, very good. The Ten of Cups is like perfected happiness. I've got to run. I'm running out of time. So the rest of this year looks great for you. And that's it, folks. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, which we're going to cut really close this time. So I won't give you any pithy, witty saying at the end, only that I sure look forward to seeing you next week. And I'll see you then. Bye-bye now.
#1 psychic radio network and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Hello. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the always wonderful, beautiful, amazing, fabulous Moonstruck TV. I'm giggling because I literally have been jumping from like one thing to the next. And I just, you know what, that's what we do when you're in this business. You know, you just become, you become adaptable and on the fly. So excuse me if I'm a little bit scattered during the first part of the show. Man, my nose is itching. And you know what they say when your nose itches? That, what is it? Someone's talking about you or thinking about you. So someone must be out there talking or thinking about me, huh? Anyhow, well, I am always excited. Every week I'm excited for my podcast. But just some fun, probably useless knowledge, but today is National Oreo Cookie Day. And so on my Facebook page, Mini Medium, I did kind of a fun little poll today. And then tonight at 7:30 p.m. Mountain Time, which my producer is going to just love me for this or not, which is 6:30 p.m. What is that? Help me out, Dave. What is 6:30? That's the California time, Pacific time. My brain doesn't want to work. And then obviously Eastern is 9:30 and then 8:30 Central. And for all my Australia peeps and the UK, I have no idea, but we'll get that out there. Anyhow, so here in about an hour and a half-ish, I will be on my Facebook page, Mini Medium, and we'll be doing kind of a fun little giveaway and a poll about Oreo cookies. So I don't know about you guys. I love Oreos. It's such a random topic right now, but it was interesting to see people's answers of how they eat their Oreos. So curious how do you eat your Oreos? I dip my whole cookie in for the most part, just enough to not get my fingers in the milk. And then of course, eat the Oreo cookie that way. So some people, they do the whole twist and eat the center and, anyway, it's just kind of fun to see, but some fun, maybe useless knowledge today, but happy National Oreo Cookie Day. How's that? All right. So as usual, I'm going to pull one of my affirmation cards and see what the message is for the week and let you know what the number is for today that I have been seeing that literally popped up just as as my podcast started. I thought, that must be it because I wasn't getting much. So we'll talk about that number here in a moment, but I want to pull that affirmation card. And because I was jumping from one reading to the next and one, changing hats, as they say, I was not as prepared as I wanted to be. So I'm going to count these out really quick and we'll see what our affirmation is for the week. So let's see, 23, 5. I can't count and talk at the same time. It's like, what are they, walking and chewing gum at the same time? Definitely does not work for my very all over the place energy some days. Okay. All right. Well, very simple, but I feel like even the most simplest words can be such an impactful message. So your affirmation for this week, and we're in the first part of March. This is my first podcast in March. So happy March, right? So March 6th today, right? Yes. So March 6th through the next week, your affirmation is everything is going to be okay. Simple, but yet doesn't that help us to give us some hope and just putting out all that good, beautiful energy into the universe of going, you know what, regardless of how difficult things seem to be at the moment, but everything's going to be okay, right? And I always say, look how far you've come. You know, I think we stress so much about so many things that we don't know about. But if you sit back, and I've actually been doing this recently and reflecting on my life, how far I've come, boy, I would need like a 3-hour podcast to tell you guys all about my journey. Maybe one day I'll have to do a whole, YouTube thing or something. But, when I'm having my toughest days and I feel a bit defeated, I just think, gosh, Steph, you have come a long ways. Look how far you've come, so we'll get through it. It's all about that energy and that positive mindset and that law of attraction, right? So hopefully just that simple little message that everything is going to be okay. Hopefully it's hitting you right where you need it. So, okay. All right. Well, super excited, as always, to take my first caller for the night. And I have Jimmy, and Jimmy is from Georgia. Hi, Jimmy. This is the mini medium. How are you?
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Doing really well. Really well. How can I help you tonight?
Well, I found myself at a crossroads. I was my mother's caretaker for many years, and she recently passed away. And I'm not really sure what's going to happen financially for me. I'm unemployed at the moment, and we're having trouble finding my mother's will. And I wondered if you might be able to give me any insight on that.
Okay, sure. I will do my best, my friend. I've had this question. I have done this 27 years, and it is actually a common question that I get of, can you help me find my mom's ring? Or I lost my keys. Can you help me find my keys? And I would say, now, if you're pregnant, Jimmy, I am like 99% accurate. So that's been interesting lately. Or if you have a pregnancy or gender needing, it's been interesting to see how that's kind of been my thing. But helping people either have some kind of comfort or confirmation of where something is, or that it still is out there, I definitely, will do my best to help you with that. So first off, I want to ask you, which I ask all my callers, if they connect to the numbers that I get now, being that your mom is passed, and first off, my condolences to you, my friend. I've lost my mom as well. It's definitely, it's a tough one. It's a tough one for sure. And I can feel, even just listening to your voice and just your energy, that obviously how much she was a part of your life, and vice versa. So sending you all some good love and light and healing energy. Now, the numbers that I kept getting say, now I got 2 numbers. So the number 29 kept coming up, and then the number 18. So how I connect is my guides, or it could be that your mom, coming through and using my mediumship showed me these numbers. And the way I connect would be the 29th of a month would be where the 29 comes in. February 9th. This can also be the age of 29, or they might have been born in 1929. This is how spirit works. And then the same with 18. 18 will be a date, an age, or January 8th. And or we could even be going to 2018, which was 6 years ago. With that said, I know that was a lot. Do you connect or resonate with any of those numbers?
Not really, to be honest.
Okay. Okay. No worries. Okay. I always say, please keep it in mind. Sometimes we get kind of tunnel vision and then I'm just starting to hear things, by the way. If I'm quiet, it's because I'm getting stuff through what we call clairaudient. I'm starting to hear some things. So, but we'll get tunnel vision. And then sometimes later you'll go, oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot, the 18th of a month is a birthday, a death date, whatever it may be. So, can I ask really quickly, because I want to make sure that if I am channeling mom or if I'm starting to connect with my guides, how long ago, may I ask, did your mom pass?
Almost 2 months ago.
2 months ago. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And can I ask what the date was?
It was January 11th.
January 11th. Okay. On 11th. Okay. Okay. The reason I ask, sometimes when I start to get messages, even if it's from the other side or whether it's mom or any other of your loved ones that have passed, some mediums, if you will, feel that they can't get much information or be able to really connect unless that soul has been crossed over for about a year. I've never had that experience. I've been able to connect, and the reason why I'm asking is because I've had such a very what I call a very feminine, very light. I always say the way I channel is men come through, male souls come through like a ton of bricks, and then the females come through like a ton of feathers. It's just kind of the vision I like to give. It very much like a ton of feathers that I've had all day today. So if I'm starting to connect with your mama, one thing that I feel I am getting was the fact that she very much has already settled in on the other side. There's a sense of that she was ready to go. So, it wasn't too much of a shock when she got to the other side. So just with that in mind, I pulled 2 cards for you, which I don't necessarily read tarot, but I like to use the cards as a guide or a tool. So in respect to your question, you pull 2 cards that are very, very powerful when it comes to control. So one of the cards you pulled is a wand. Now, wand also represents fire, which fire for us always looks at igniting, having something actually go into effect. But it also can mean that, fire can be, damaging. So now we've got the sword that goes with that. And the sword is like where you, per se, or other family members are really fighting and defending and protecting. And that can really get very intense, which will build up that fire, So I just want you to be mindful that if I'm channeling mom, there's such a heavy sense of make sure that the family doesn't have any issues, that, we don't have that big old bonfire, if you will, to where, family starts to go separate ways because of the will. Now, boy, I keep getting stuff in my throat, and I'll tell you, I'm sorry, I keep clearing my throat. Was mom on, was she on life support, or did she have issues through her throat?
Yeah, at the end, she was on a respirator until we took her off of it.
Okay. Okay. That may be why I can't get this feeling out of my throat too. So, and may I ask, there's such a heaviness or concern coming from, if this is mom, which I'd love for her to give me more validation of, concern of the family, and even her passing being just a couple months ago, that she's very adamant about that there's some tension there. Is that correct?
A little bit. But I think a lot of it is a lack of communication.
Okay. Agreed. Agreed. Yeah, I agree with you there. One thing your mom is showing me, and I kind of feel like we're getting mom, because my whole right side just got chills. That's my validation of her, her validating this as her. There's also a sense of that really someone questioning, was the will changed and others weren't aware. So it feels to me there was some changes, or for instance, someone saw the will at one time. This is what they thought it said, but someone said, no, it was changed to this. And so there's some confusion there. If that hasn't gone into effect, please just be mindful of it, because I feel like there's a sense of that vision coming from mom. Okay.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the will that's the issue. There's a banking issue that has come up that might fall into that category.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So just kind of want you to be, keep that on your mind and be aware of that. And, and if anything, I do feel like there was some changes made as what I'm seeing is what his mom has been bringing up. Because even a wand means where, if you think about having a magic wand, it's where you can get what you want, when you want, and how you want it. So it's like a fairy godmother wand. Your mom shows me that, but she also shows me that she was not under any duress. She wasn't under any kind of, pressure to make the changes, that there was some made with that, with, the bank account or whatever it may be. So, I'd say just be mindful of that. But the will, I'm going to tell you, the vision I keep getting, and I just, again, take this with you, and I hope this helps guide you. It really has to do with, I feel, I know the older, I should say that the elderly maybe didn't work so much with computers, or, had much put in like an electronic file. But she's showing me that there is more information of where this will is. And it's literally in an electronic file setting, even if it's a zip drive. So maybe look for a zip drive or something like that. But she just keeps showing me that somebody showed her how to do this. It almost reminds me, I don't know if you've ever seen the commercials that you can call people and then they'll work with your will and, all of that stuff. Not that that's literally what she did, but that's where she's bringing me to. So please be mindful of that. Watch for that, okay? And then I want to tell you the other thing that I feel she keeps showing me too. I just heard her say, "Oh, he's such a good boy," and she's referring to you. I just heard he's such a good boy. So she must really be proud and really knowing that you're going to make the right decision regardless of what you do. So I wanted to share that with you. But also the last thing I'll tell you, that your mom, I'm getting a lot from her, by the way, but I got a name, and names for me come through a bit cryptic or broken up a little bit. So I would say it's like tuning into a radio station. And if we don't tune in right to the station, then it's a bit staticky. But I kept hearing, hang on one second, I'm going to write a couple names down here I'm getting. So, okay. So I just heard a 2-syllable L name, but I can hear the S. I know this sounds really, so I kept like, and they could be living or passed, by the way. Leslie, Louise, Lois. I can hear the L and the S. Do you connect with that name?
Well, I had a great grandmother named Louise.
Perfect.
That,
go ahead.
Yeah, other than that, I can't. That's the only thing that pops into mind.
Okay. No, I think you're right on point, my friend. I got my validation chills from either, your mom or her. But there's an overwhelming sense of hearing that name. But the feeling I got was just how that they are together. And even if they weren't, related per se, but there's a sense of the bond. So maybe that gives you some peace knowing mom's hanging out with Minnie on the other side. Well, I hope that helped you, my friend. I know these are short and sweet, and I've got my next caller, but I always throw this out there. I have my Facebook page. It's Mini Medium. Here in about an hour, I'll hop on and do free readings for a couple hours. If you're up and you're interested, hop on. Let me know who you are. I'm happy to continue this for free. If you're interested.
Okay, that sounds great. I appreciate what you've done for me.
Sure. No, it's my pleasure. And I wish you all the best of luck. And I'll tell you, this is a good year for you, my friend. So hang in there. I can feel it.
All right. Well, thank you for everything again.
You betcha. All right, my friend. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay. All right, guys. We've got some time for my next caller. Sorry, these go over a bit. I get so engrossed. So Chris from, I believe, is it Pennsylvania? Okay. That's what I get for being so talkative. I told you the energy is crazy. We'll wait until we can get the beautiful Chris back on in the PA. So anyway, really quick, if you guys have time, or every Wednesday night, my Facebook page, Mini Medium, I hop on about 7:30, 7:45. It's free, so I may not be exactly on that time. I try to spend time with my family and actually eat something. But hop on the Mini Medium Facebook page, and you'll see me hopping on there live. And just let me know you heard me on the podcast on A1R or on Moonstruck TV. Wait, I get so much stuff in my throat, by the way, when I'm channeling the other side. So I think that we've got a lot of souls trying to come through. It's interesting. They manipulate my throat chakra. So hop on. Let's do some free readings, couple hours. The energy is incredible. We're going to talk about Oreos for a minute. But then also, in addition, if you're here in the state of Utah, or you want to come to Utah, I have several events coming up. So here in the next, 10 days, I will be doing some events here at a place called Redemption. It's a bar. And I would love to see some of you and let me know. Okay. All right. Well, it looks like we have a new caller. This is Melissa from Oregon. Hi, Melissa. This is the Mini Medium. We've got a little bit of time, hon. How can I help you tonight?
I'm not really sure because I didn't really actually think I was going to get a call back because I was just waiting to pick up my kid from work. So when the phone rang, I was like, oh, wow, hi. I'm not sure.
Okay. Huh? I everything happens for a reason. And I happened to, my last caller, we got disconnected. So there must be a reason we're connecting, my friend. I know we don't have a lot of time, but I can just connect with and generalize, do a general and just see what we get. Sometimes that's the best way to go. Okay, you got it. Okay. Can I ask you really quick? I asked all my callers, do you connect with the number 29 or the number 18?
Not really.
Okay. So
nothing pops into my head right now.
Right away. Okay. Well, and I know we caught you off guard. Let's see, you're in Oregon. Okay. So you're probably are you Mountain Time or are you Pacific? I think you're Pacific, right?
Pacific. Yeah.
Okay. So let me tell you, my friend, I know that we don't have much time, but I feel like those numbers, something there's connecting with you. I've done this 27 years and I can never, ever not listen. So we could very well be channeling a loved one that has passed, and I kind of feel that way. So here in an hour, it'll be 6:30 your time, Pacific time, 7:30 Mountain. On my Facebook page, Mini Medium, I do free readings for 2 hours. If you are interested, and that's 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern. If you have time, I would love to have you hop on, tell me who you are. And then, and 10:30 Atlantic, my producer's keeping me on track. But I would love to have you hop on, tell me who you are, because you've got a lot coming in, my friend, and I don't want you to miss this. So if you're interested, I would love to see you if you have time.
Okay, yeah. Mini, medium, you said 6:30 Central, so that would be what, 10:30 my time, you said?
No, it'll be 6:30 your time. So in 1 hour.
Oh, okay. God.
Yeah.
It keeps like, I don't know. I have terrible Wi-Fi, so I was like, am I hearing that right? Okay.
Yeah, no, you're good, hon. You are just fine. I really feel those numbers are connecting to you, and you very well have some soul, someone trying to come in, that I feel like we've got to get you this message. So, but yeah, mini, medium on Facebook, and I'll do readings for 2, sometimes 3 hours. So I've got about 60 seconds left on my show. So please let me know who you are, and I will pull you in right away so you don't have to wait.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh my gosh, you're so welcome. Well, drive safe, and I will talk to you in about an hour-ish.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Thanks, hon. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye.
Okay, all right, you guys. You know what? That's the way we go, right? We go, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Isn't that? Look, we're talking Oreos. All right, guys. Well, crazy, fun, energetic night, but I'm your mini medium. I will see you guys next week. Please go to my website, mini-medium.com to schedule and to see events. I'll see you guys next week. Bye, guys.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network. and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Suzanne Marie, your host for a little bit, and we are going to do a fantastic reading tonight. I can just feel it. Thank you, everyone, for calling in and listening and supporting us all here. Thank you. Thank you all. So, yes, I am from Psychic Paths, and I am in Minnesota, but I am an international psychic, so distance does not get in the way. So I'm available on my website. So if you are interested in a reading with me, please look for the website and browse it and let me know you were there. So hello and welcome. So I think what I've been thinking about, my cat is going crazy. I think what I've been thinking about is spring, number one. I'm in Minnesota. It's like 18 degrees outside. But number two is how much the messages in our lives from very, very early on kind of mess us up without really meaning to. Giving us messages like we're not good enough or smart enough or we need to suffer in some way for abundance. And I'm just going to really quickly, then get to the caller, really quickly tell you, you are a divine being and you have a birthright to all that is good. And I do believe that the higher power, the source, Heavenly Father, how you want to see him, does want you to have the very, very best. So I think it's a matter of first realizing that you are a divine being and it is inside of you. It's not all outside and it's not all inside. It's both. So with that, I'd like to welcome, is it Devin from Bloomington, Illinois? Hello.
Yes, it is. Hi, how are you?
Hi. Good. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Oh, absolutely. What can I help with you tonight?
I was hoping to possibly connect with my nephews.
Okay. How long ago did they pass?
Well, one of them was in 2019 and one of them was in 2020.
Okay. Let me see if they come through, okay?
Okay.
Spirit told me right away that you do talk to them.
All the time.
So that's what Spirit was telling me. So one is coming through. They didn't come together. They might come one at a time, but they're not walking through together. One is talking to me about winter and showing me winter.
Yeah.
Is that of some significance? Because he's really showing me a lot of cold and the snow, and I guess it was having some fun.
Yeah, he was a blizzard when he passed away.
Okay.
And ironically, we had a blizzard in the year as well. It was in March.
Oh, I'm so sorry for the loss. He's also showing me a house, and the house is very important to him. There's a sense of belonging, a sense of really being rooted somewhere. So was he with the family? Or was he buying a house, or because he's letting me know that this house is
Well,
really
depending
important.
on which one it was, they both were. I have pretty good guesses which house you're speaking of. It was probably the house that we all lived in together at the time. We didn't live together when they passed, but that was our family home. Like there were 20 people there at any given time throughout the day, you know.
Okay.
But no, we did not live together.
It feels very homey. It feels like he's grounded. So I'm thinking it is what you said it was, because he feels just really at home. Like I'm here where I belong with, this home.
Right.
Right. So what was the distance? Because he's also showing me a distance. Like there was a distance to something.
Yeah. Well, the first nephew I lost was the older one, and our life path just kind of separated at the end. I was on my own bad path, and he was on his own bad path.
Oh, okay.
And, I've made it through, and he did not. So that's why the distance.
Let me see what else he has to say. He's trying to tell me that he did make some decisions he regrets. There are regrets, but there's no hesitation in him coming through, which is really good.
That means the world to me.
Yeah. Lately, I've been getting a lot of resistance from unfinished business, is what I call it. But he's not giving me that. He's kind of giving me, it is what it was. It was what it was. Kind of a feeling.
Right.
I was hoping he would give me something to give to you. So let's see what he gives me. Was he around your age? Because
no, he was 10 years younger than I was.
I feel like there's some kind of goofiness going on or some playfulness between the two of you.
My nephews were my best friends.
That's
they
what
were
it
my
feels
best
like.
friends. Yeah.
In one way, he's talking like he has a lot of sense. He's centered. He's grounded. But behind that, there was no grounding, and there was not a lot of sense. I think he knew how to talk the talk, but I think he was lost on how to do it, how to push and go through it. He's doing very, very well. Where he is in the light, he is in the light. He's showing me something with his right side. Did something happen to his right side? Because he's saying something happened to the right side of him.
Well, I don't know now which one you're talking about. Yes, there was something that did happen on the right. That it might be my other nephew.
They might be mixing up their energy now, but I've only seen one.
And that's so funny. That's odd too. They were inseparable. They were like a year and however long it needed to be, like for her to get pregnant, that 6-week period, she got pregnant, So there's
I feel like that's just the way that they're coming through. And it's my mistake if I mix them up, but I feel like they wanted to come to you as individuals. They didn't want to come to you as two people. And I think that they're saying that that's significant for you, that there's two, but they come one at a time. The other one.
I knew which one it was then.
I do see the other one coming through, and he's got a lot more heavier energy. There's a lot more. He seemed to be more intense with his feelings, or not so open. Maybe not so open with his feelings or his thoughts.
You're right. The older one would definitely want me to know that he was coming through as an individual, not as both of them.
Yeah,
and that means a lot to me because I haven't really gotten many signs from him, but I get him a lot from his brother, and him and I had history, you know. So that him letting me know that he's here individually means a lot, you know.
That's what I think that they wanted to do. It feels like the older one is more serious, and the other one just seemed to just enjoy. There was a joy about him, the youngest one, where the older one was the thinker and the observer.
Yep. You're absolutely right.
And so the older one tells me that he was getting his stuff together. This is what he's telling me. He had plans. He realized what he had to do, and he was going to do it. And then something got him off track. Something just wiped him off track. I have 2 more minutes. And it was quick. He's showing me a fall where the other one makes me feel like it took more time. It was a slower passing where the older one is saying, no, I fell and I was gone. Well, I have a few more minutes. I want you to know that they're both in the light. They're both learning the things that they need to learn. They're both feeling very joyful and loved. And boy, do you have a lot of people on the other side, because they show me. It sounds like wow. A group, a large group.
Thank you.
They're all together.
Okay.
And
thank you
they all
much.
love you. They're all sending their love. And
I'm sending it back.
there's an older lady that's saying she's very, very proud of you. She's kind of looks serious when she's saying it. An older lady is saying she's very proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
You have a good night. All right.
You have a great night. And thank you so much for calling in.
No problem. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you, everyone, again. I just love doing this. You guys have a great, great week, and I'll see you again next week. Bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Divine Heart Channeling with Ivana Botic. Search Divine Heart Channeling on Facebook and all other social media. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Divine Heart Channel on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, guys. I am Ivana, and first I want to say thank you so much for all of your questions. I feel very welcome here with you. Before we start, I would like to tell you a little bit more what I do and what can you expect. First, we're going to do readings from the Akash records. And the Akashic records are filled of infinite possibilities, where is record every our thought, deed, and everything from the moment our soul is incepted. So we have guardians, We have our loved ones, teachers, masters, who are there to support us. They are our beautiful, beautiful support, and they are always nothing more than unconditional love. They will never judge you. They are here to help you get the life you desire. So I asked you about some questions by email or to write me in my inbox. So first, I would like to say again, thank you, and we can start. First, I want to answer to the Karen from Canada. Thank you so much for a question about your finances. And also I will be reading because when I channel the message from the guardians, sometimes they give me a feeling or they give me the sensation or the visuals. So I have to write that down so I don't forget something. So for your question about finances, the guardians want to tell you that in few months situation could get better. So you need to be more in present moment, to be grateful for what you have right now, where are you right now. And they want you to start practicing gratitude, because from the gratitude, our vibrations and frequencies go higher and we can live more in our desired state. Also, the guardians are telling me they want you to be more happy, to do the things you love, to do something that make your soul sparks. Because when you are in that state, you can get the life you want. You can get that desired life. Also, so I'm not forgetting something. Let me check. Yeah, they want you to open your heart for the possibilities. Dear Karen, they want to live more freely. They want you to be open, because when you are open, you're going to get so much joy and you will go right when you need to go. Listen to your gut. That's what they are saying. Also, the message the guardians are, it's like they're showing me for you to be more into playful state, if that make any sense to you, to be more in contact with your inner child, so you can get more of freedom. You will feel more opened. You will feel like the world is yours. And from that state, you will go exactly what you need to go. I hope that resonates with you. Also, what I want to say is, if any of you listeners find something that resonates with you in these things that I'm saying, it doesn't have to be exactly the question you wanted to ask, but if it resonates, it's for you. Next, I wanted to answer to the question for Cheryl, also from Canada. Cheryl, you asked me also about your financial state and about your retire into 24th. The guardians are showing me that there is a positive outcome for you, but it's up to you how will you approach to upcoming situations. The feeling they are giving me is that you live more in fear-based state of what is coming, what is gonna happen, how it's gonna happen. They want you to step a little back, just a little bit. And when you are stepping back, you can see the situation from different perspective. You can see how things are going. It's like a motion. They're showing me the motion where you are stepping back and seeing and watching. It's like from third person perspective, when you're watching at someone and you see better for someone else than for yourself, if that make any sense. And when you are watching with fresh eyes, that's the word I'm looking for. The guardians are like giving me the feeling, like a fresh view of things. You will see the way you need to go. Also, the guardians wanted me to share with you that if you have a hobby, something that you really love to do, that you should start working with it. You should be more in touch with your hobbies, with your things that makes you happy. Because from that passion, you can also get stability, financial stabilities. Because when we love what we do, we shine differently. We show the world who we are and how we are. And it's a different kind of light when you do the things you love. And also, yeah, they are giving me like a tingling feeling of satisfaction of being in a present moment and doing the stuff we enjoy doing, where is every part of our being is like bursting of joy. It's fulfilled. And from that, it could be, the guardians were showing me like, it can be birth something new. It can be birth something that will make you not happier, but fulfilled and joyful. That's the word I'm looking for. So I hope I answered your questions, because in the Akash records, when we talk with the guardians, we like to ask open-ended questions, not to be yes or no questions, because guardians will always suggest, they will never make us do something that they want, let's say so, because we all have free will. And that's why it's a little bit difficult just to answer in a couple of minutes your question, because also when we are working in Akashic records, it's interactile. Yeah, I guess. I'm sorry if my English is not right. It's not my native language. They like us to communicate, to you to ask more questions. If something is not very clear to you, so they can clarify that for you, to give you some different kind of approach to things. And they will always meet us where we are. They will never give us some impossible task and some things we cannot do. I hope this resonates for you, and I will be more than happy to read the comments you guys have for me after, of course, we finish our live. And one more person, I would like to answer your question. It's Penny. You see, that's why I talked about the open-end questions, because we need interactions. Akashic records are different kind of approach. So about your question is, what the guardians are showing me is that you need to get out of your head. You need to listen to your gut and try to put yourself in meditative state, whatever it makes your head slow down. For example, meditation doesn't have to be just like sitting with your crossed legs and like, meditation can be cooking, can be painting, can be walking, whatever it makes your head stop a little bit, and when you feel the moment, when you enjoy in the moment. Also, the guardians want me to tell you, also, you try to pull yourself from your head, from your perspective, and look with different eyes on your situation. It will take a little time, but as soon as you get yourself out, let's say like out of there, you will see possibilities that are there just waiting for you to see them. And one thing they were like also showing me, the guardians, for you is when you feel like you're alone, that you have no one to talk to, or that you cannot open to anyone, try communicate with your loved ones that are not here with us anymore, because they are always here. Everything is energy. They're always here around you, and try to have conversation with them. It's like full conversation. You can sit with them and talk whatever it bothers you, whatever it's on your soul. Be open, be free. As soon as you start talking, the solution will come to you, because your gut feeling is so strong. The guardians are like pointing the thing that they are so proud of you. And they know how much strength it takes to be in your situations. and they want you to know that you are never alone. They are always around you, and they always support you and give you unconditional love. You just need to open your heart more to that love that they are giving you. Even when you're not feeling like it, even when you feel like you are closing yourself, open yourself up, and open your heart. So I hope, guys, this was something that resonates with you. I would like to see your comments. And also I want to say once more, thank you so much for having me. I'm a little bit nervous because this is my first show, and I hope you will send me more messages you want to hear, and we can chat over my page whenever you feel like it. I'm always open to help, to be there for you. So thank you so much again for having me. And anything that resonates with any of you listeners, it's for you. Also, in the couple of next shows, I will have some special guests, and also we will be doing some meditations and healings. So thank you again, and I wish you a great day, great evening, wherever you are, and thank you so much for this.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my cherished ducklings. I'm Perry Lyons. This is Moonstruck TV, A1R Radio, and I am here to answer your deepest, darkest questions. I'm sitting here staring at the phone like a lovesick teenager waiting for your call. So while I'm waiting, we're going to do two things. I'm going to talk a little about the upcoming new moon, and then I'm going to do the psychic tarot weather, which is just like real weather, only less damaging to crops. So today is the Pisces sun and Pisces moon, which means we're all feeling kind of spacey and mystical and kind of nice. And happy birthday to all my Pisces peeps. If you have a Pisces friend, it's very important for your good luck this year that you get them a very expensive present. My birthday's next week. Let's see. The new moon is coming up on the 10th, and the new moon is a time when the moon shyly hides her face. She goes behind the curtains of the evening, and it's a really good time to make intentions for the next month, or even make wishes. Think of that dark, blank sky as a blackboard that you can write your dreams on and wishes with a really big piece of chalk. Okay, sometimes it's time to stop the metaphor before it gets carried away. But as I'm sure you know, the new moon time, so the 10th and the 11th, it's a time to sit down, meditate, and think about what you want to let go, and think about what you'd like to call into your life. It can be big or small, but be surprised how well it works. So I'm going to do the psychic tarot weather, which is just like regular weather. And here's how this works. This is for the week starting today. So the first card I pull, and it applies to you. If you're listening or watching, it applies to you. Don't know why that works. It just does. So the first card is the first part of the week, today, tomorrow, etc. The second card is the middle of the week. And the third card, interestingly, you're getting the hang of this, is the end of the week. So here we go. Interesting. The Knight of Swords as the first card often can mean a young man. Oh, hi, Lori in Winnipeg. I'll be with you in a minute. Thank you for being patient. I love comedians. They're so cool. So this is a young man. I mean, two things. If you're feeling literal-minded, as I usually am, it's a dashing young man who might be an air sign. So that's Gemini, Libra, or Aquarius in your vicinity, with whom you'll have a meaningful interaction. So be protected. It also can mean an energy coming in that's got kind of a rescue feeling to it. So if you're feeling particularly blue or a little hopeless today, do not fear. There's some sort of rescue on its way. It might not be specifically male. It can be male, female, or just the universe coming to your rescue. But that's what it feels like to me. So if you're in a bit of a pickle, hang on, Sloopy. Something good is coming along to help you. I love doing that. So much fun. Oh, this is nice. The Magician card for the middle of the week, sort of the weekendish. You're going to be feeling your most creative and powerful. And this is a card for taking ideas out of the air and making them into reality. So as the German poet Goethe said, anything you can do or dream you can do, begin it. Boldness is genius and power and magic within it. So it's a really good time to take that German poet's words to heart. Anything you've been wanting to act on, try, even if it seems crazy, even if you're maybe especially if you're not ready. The middle of the week is a really good time to take a chance because you're very protected. You're the Magician card. You're very powerful and unusually effective. Not that you're not effective the rest of the time. Of course you are. Wee. And the last card is really nice. I know a lot of people have work reviews during March. This is a really good card to get for if you've got a work review or if you've got something coming up in which you want to shine. A lot of shining going on this week. It's a very good movie, The Shining. The World card doesn't actually mean that you're going to be a naked woman with a purple scarf dancing in a garland of herbs, although knock yourself out if that's what you're into. What it does mean is you're going to be doing something that only you can do in a way only you can do it. And you're getting respect and admiration and applause. And it's going to be mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally satisfying. I know it's a tall order, but I believe in you. So at about 5 days out from today, you might notice that you get unexpected acclaim for something. You might notice that you're asked to do something you might not normally do, but you'll do it perfectly. Or you might have an art form or a way of expressing yourself that's suddenly going to get more recognition than it has in the past. So, there you go. I kind of fell flat. Thank you. That was the Psychic Tarot weather. And now we have Lori from Winnipeg. Hi, Lori. How are you?
Yeah, Winnipeg, Manitoba. I'm well, thanks. How are you?
I'm good. I don't know why, but in New York, almost all of my best friends are Canadian. I don't know why. I love people from Canada. So, welcome.
Yeah. Canadian.
And sure. I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So, when is your birthday, my angel?
I am February 16th.
February 15th, you said?
The 16th, Wednesday.
Oh, 16th. Oh, very good day.
Yeah.
Happy belated birthday. We get a lot of Aquariuses in this show, which is interesting. I think it's because you guys are sort of brave and original and fearless.
That's so true. Yeah. Kind of unique in that way.
Yes. Aquariuses are so unique. I love them. So how can I help you, my angel? What you have specific?
You draw the cards and let me know. I am hoping for some travels in the near future. And maybe she could tell me if there's going to be any grandchildren happening.
Any what? I'm sorry. So you want to know about travel?
Future travel, if there's any travel in the near future. And possibly if you could see any grandchildren coming through.
I'm going to say yes to both of those. Grandchildren are probably going to be next year. So, but definitely next year. You might even get two. I don't know. Is there some sort of sale on? Is it 2 for 1? Twins don't run in your family, do they? Or do you?
I'm sorry?
Do twins run in your family?
Not that I'm aware of. Not in my direct family.
Well, maybe it's 2 different children having 2 different children. I'm definitely seeing grandchildren.
You're seeing twins.
You have a boy and a girl and a girl? You have 3 kids.
I have, I do. I have a girl and a girl and a boy.
There you go. I was right. I love that. Looks like the boy and the girl. One of the girls is odd man out, except she's a girl, so she's odd girl out, but not her time yet. That feels right to me. Oh, they're nice people too. Good job. You did a good job with them. Nice work.
I think so too.
The girls are really different. Holy mackerel.
Yes,
are you sure they're related? Did you check the receipt? I mean, they're really different.
Yeah,
the boys lovely.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
They're both very pretty girls too. And I'm not just saying that because you're their mom. That's what I'm getting with my heart sigh. And the boy's he's just a good guy. He seems very steady to me. Is that true?
He really is.
He really is. What a peach. If I was younger, man, I'd be on that like a duck in a June bug. Let's ask about travel here.
Yeah, it's nice to see he finally grew up.
So nice. Oh, but there are always babies inside.
Yeah.
You might be traveling with somebody. I don't get the... Now, bear with me, because sometimes if somebody's in a long-term marriage or a long-term relationship, it doesn't always show up for me because it's going to sound terrible. It kind of registers the same as being single because you're so used to the person, so it doesn't show up in my radar.
Yeah.
I don't think you're currently married. I might be wrong. See how I hedged my bets on that one?
Not in that kind of sense. Not with paper type thing. Not in that sense.
But you are with somebody. I'm getting the lover's card. It looks like you're going to be traveling with somebody. So good. Okay. Don't rush off and get married. But yeah, this looks like you're going to be traveling with somebody. Interesting. Also, it looks like the person you're traveling with is really good at like arranging travel details and stuff. That's useful.
Awesome. I'm not.
Yeah, no, I got that. I'm not either. That's a compliment. We're too busy thinking about bigger things. Yeah, you're definitely Page of Wands, definitely a kid coming up. Yes, but next year. Might be around. One of them is going to be close to the end of the year, maybe next February. Are you funny? I think you're going someplace that's not a usual travel destination. I mean, just not a touristy place. Are you thinking of going someplace in South America?
Well, actually, it's quite far. Yes, in Australia.
Oh, you'll love Australia. I loved Australia. Brace yourself. Everything is 13% bigger, brighter, and weirder over there. I got mugged by an ibis in a park. It's so awesome.
Oh, I also see. Yeah.
I also see you going to like Colombia or Ecuador, someplace like that.
Okay.
Beautiful. Good. Be careful in Colombia. There's it's a beautiful place and the people are wonderful. There's kind of a high crime rate right now, so just make sure you're protected.
Yeah.
Australia, they're too drunk to steal anything, so don't have to worry about that. Wow, I'm liking this. Also, it looks like somebody else might be paying for part of your journey. Church trip, grant?
Oh.
It's like that's so odd. Have you ever considered being like a travel blogger or a travel writer? Or having like a little... It's deductible if you do that. Just saying.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Also, I think you'd be really good at that. You've got, or just like a little YouTube travel channel or something. Travel for those of us who are over 25 and traveling. And you've got very good taste too. So, gosh, you could write or talk about the art or food or culture in the country. You'd be really good at that. I'm sorry, I'm running your life for you. Didn't mean to. Just a suggestion. I think you'd be really good at that.
Okay, yeah.
Cool. Well, enjoy the grandkids. So it looks like beginning of the year and end of the year next year. We're going to be evenly spaced. So,
okay. And how about boy girl? Can you decipher boy girl?
One boy, one girl, but I'm not sure in which order. Probably the girls first because we're always in a hurry.
Yeah.
It feels like the boy's having a girl and the girl's having a boy. If that makes sense. Oh, I'm so glad we talked. It's so nice to meet you. And let me know when you get back from Australia if you think it was as wacky as I did. That's so cool there.
Hey, you never know. And I will. Thanks for the reading.
Oh, no. My next caller is from Australia. I'm so busted. All right. Thank you, dear. Take care. It's nice meeting you. Mwah.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Hi, Grace. Hi, Grace from Sydney.
Hi, Harry. How are you?
I'm awesome. We're in Sydney. I used to live in Sydney. Where in Sydney are you?
It's just basically just an outskirts on the suburbs of Sydney called Beecroft.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know where that is. I lived in Darlinghurst. See you in Darlinghurst.
It's about 25 minutes away from the heart of the city.
Yeah. Can we go to Bondi now? I'm just going to stop the program and come to Bondi Beach with you. Anyway.
Absolutely. Come on through.
Oh, God.
Let's go
so
out.
Good. Oh, those prawns the size of a man's head. So yummy.
I know.
Okay.
The seafood's pretty good here.
Yeah, everything's good. I love Australia. I was just telling the previous caller that everything is 13% bigger, brighter, and weirder in Australia than it is here.
That is.
Which I'm all
You have
for.
to come at least once.
Yes. All right, my love. I'm going to ask you for your birthday because that's how I connect with people.
Okay,
Go ahead.
My birthday is actually 9th of March.
Happy birthday. Mine's the 18th.
Yes,
March
coming
girls
up.
rule.
Yes.
Happy birthday. Well, you've got a really
Thank you very
nice
much.
year ahead of you. Stuff, you already know this. Stuff is
I
really
do?
kind of lining. Oh, yeah. Stuff is already kind of lining up for you. You had a crap few years there. Sorry about that. But stuff is suddenly
I'll
sort
go
of
for a
falling into
divorce.
place. Oh, God, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
You're better off. I hate to be so blunt, but good riddance. Sorry, not for you. There's somebody so much better. You've got like your soulmate coming up. So that's nice you got this out of the way. It was a starter marriage and all good. We all need a starter marriage. But I'm sorry I don't mean to dismiss your pain, but you're just better off without him, honestly. Sorry.
I am. It's been a horrible year with it. So I'm hoping that it's going to close. That's why I was calling to see what do I have ahead of me with my birthday.
Yay! March birthdays, we rule. Okay, 1 second. Let me just grab this. Yeah, I'm the week after you. So, funny, Pisces women are so much different than Pisces men. Pisces women are kind of badasses. Even though we might look very delicate and ethereal, that's just how we get over. But we're kind of badasses. Pisces men are really charming, but they're a little weak. Interesting. Very charming, though. A little manipulative. Your ex, is he Capricorn? He's got kind of a...
No, he was a Libra.
To all my Libra listeners, I didn't mean anything by that. Libra men are hit or miss for me. They can be very critical. And they're not very good with the old emotions there. No, your person... Okay, let me see what I get for you. Oh, yeah, you got somebody... Wow. I mean, crikey. If you want to get married again fast, you can. You're going to meet somebody fairly soon. It looks like it's King of Wands, so he's outgoing like you are. You guys just warned. I'm sorry I keep slagging your ex-husband, but he's been kind of mean to you, so sod him. Somebody's coming up fairly soon, and you're not somebody who swings from man to man like they're vines in the jungle. You're somebody who takes a while between relationships to recover. Because you feel things very deeply. Yeah. However, somebody's coming along who's really going to see you and appreciate you. And you're very multi-layered, which is great. You have like the art appreciation layer, and you have the good businesswoman layer, and you got a lot of good layers going on. But sometimes people get confused by that because people like to pigeonhole people, and you are not easy to pigeonhole.
No.
You're a snappy dresser too. I can tell that. You dress really creatively, don't you? You know it's true.
Yeah.
You know I'm right.
Yeah. Well, I've learned I've basically found myself again coming out of this relationship.
Yeah. Well, you were kind of taken. It was less of a relationship and more of a hostage situation. I'm so glad you're out of that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very abusive too.
Yeah, he's very emotionally abusive and verbally abusive. Ow! One of those people who like you don't know they've cut your head off until you turn your head and it falls off. So I'm so glad you're out of that. And you're going to see, because the image I'm getting for you is like this rocket ship going up. You're going to probably start either a side hustle or your own business. You've got some sort of dream that you want to do, which I don't know if it's like opening a boutique. You're creative and business-like, which is cool.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It seems like you might open an artistic business of some kind. I don't know if it's a boutique or interior design whatever. But you're good at that stuff. Or so looks like you're going to be feeling literally more confident every week. Every week. You're going to just keep a little chart so you can notice. Like those growth charts when you're a kid. Let's see what else is happening for you. Yeah, King of Swords, that's a Libra man. King of Swords upside down. King of Swords is a Libra man upside down. Not good. He go bye-bye.
No, yeah, he's making my life difficult, and he's trying to make it difficult as I as I fight custody for my child as well.
I'm getting a custody thing. God.
Yeah. I'm in the battle of it right now.
The nice thing is you always take the high road, and bless you for that. He doesn't, but you do. He basically smeared me and put fake false reports on me and everything just to get back at me. What? Oh, and you would never do that. And I'm not just saying that because I like you, although I do like you, but
I
you
wouldn't.
would never do that.
Haven't.
No, you're very honorable. It's hard when you're an honorable
I can't do it.
No, it just wouldn't occur to you. You couldn't do it. Not you. Not going to happen.
No.
However, just so you know,
it's not my style.
I have a friend who's a family court judge, and can I tell you what they think of people who file false reports like that? They see it so much. Mm-hmm. They even have a derogatory term for people who do that, which I'm not going to repeat on air. But people believe me when I say people see through that. People see through him. And he can slag you all you want.
You think they'll see through him?
People see through him. The judge is not going to. Oh yeah, yeah. He comes off.
I don't feel like it's happening.
No. I'm telling my family court judge friend. Really, they say that they can smell false reports that are done to be spiteful a mile off, and they really don't like it. And
it was not only him, it was his family too that got involved because I exposed his physical abuse towards me.
Is he a rich bitch? I don't want his family's really snooty. I'm not saying rich people are snooty because I want to be one, but I don't know why they think their poop doesn't stink, but they don't. You know what? Their opinion of themselves is not matched by the rest. The rest of the world doesn't think highly of them as they do. So believe me, people see through this guy. You're going to be fine. I'm not saying we take all the proper legal steps, but you're going to be fine.
Good.
I like your kid too. Nice kid. Cool.
She's beautiful.
Yeah, it really is. Nice work. He's got a cool first name. I don't know what it is, but it's something cool. Is it very Irishy?
Cool. It's Safira.
Oh, that's great. Cool.
Yeah, that's crazy that you picked that up.
Well, that's my job. We got 60 seconds. I just adore you. I'm so glad you called, and happy birthday. We've got a few more seconds. I'm just going to say you're going to be traveling in June, probably with a new person. The person who's coming along for you, I've got 30 seconds, is the utter opposite. Utter opposite of your ex, and very much like you, actually. Very open, very warm, very outgoing. You've also got some sort of successful creative business coming up. Might be a side hustle, or you might do your own venture. But let me know, would you? Because A, I'm nosy, and B, I really want to know. You're going to have a great year. I'm not kidding. I'm not just saying that.
Will he love my child? That's the main thing. Will he love my child?
Yes. Actually, yes. All right, my darling. That color looks great on you. I love you, and thank you for calling. And I love my callers and my callers. Bye, guys. See you next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the show. I am coming to you live from Dayton, Ohio. It is very dreary and rainy out today. I feel like I live in Seattle because it has been very overcast the last couple of months and very rainy, and I wish it had been more sunny and a lot more snow. I miss the snow. I know a lot of people in Ohio don't like the snow, but I miss it. So I want to talk to you today about learning your intuition. I have developed a brand new signs and symbols guide. The way that Spirit speaks to me is all through signs and symbols, and that's how they speak to many people, using signs and symbols. Because we're humans, we have to be able to see things, and they will leave things for us out on our walks. They will leave things for us in our car, in our kitchens, on our paths at work. They'll move things on our desk. We'll see things outside in nature. So the way that you can begin to understand what Spirit is saying to you, excuse my cat in the background, is to learn your signs and symbols. And so if you go to MariaLeggett.com/freebies with an S, FREEBIES, MariaLeggett.com/freebies, sign up for my email list, and you will get a free copy of my Signs and Symbols, A Guide to Your Intuition. And it will help walk you through learning your signs and symbols, why they are important. And you'll be on my email list, and you'll be able to receive a Spirit message of the week. I send one out once a week generally. Sometimes there are weeks when I don't get it out, and that's just because I get super busy. But I do want to be able to let everybody know you can sign up for this great free guide if you would like. So I would like to welcome Donna to the show today. Hi, Donna. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you. How may I be of service to you today?
Oh, my goodness. Just see anything happening, changing, or anything that might be for hell. How's everything going to be? Or any problem areas?
Do you have any problem areas or what's coming up? Is that what you want to know?
Yes, ma'am. That'll work.
Fantastic. Well, I happen to have a deck of cards in front of me. So I'm just going to tap into your energy, Donna, and ask Spirit, all right, Spirit, what does Donna need to know? So they're showing me that there are some things that are coming up. And what I want to say is, I don't want to say they're like super difficult things, but there are just things that we need to look out for. Because they take me on a walk down a sidewalk. You know, it's that thing when we were little kids that says, step on a crack, break your mama's back. So we always avoided the cracks. And so they're just taking me down the sidewalk and showing me the cracks. And it's like, we just need to be a little more mindful and careful about the way that we walk and the way that we talk, paying attention to what we're doing. Because we don't want to accidentally hurt someone. We don't want to hurt ourselves because we're not paying attention, so that we don't trip over something. I know that sounds weird, but that's literally what they show me. All right, what else do we need to know? So I also want to talk to you about, they're showing me the Fool in Tarot, which has a beautiful little white dog. So I definitely want to talk about an animal in spirit for you. Because I can see this little white dog hopping around.
Oh, that's so good. Yeah, her name's Princess Pop-Tart. It was my daughter, or granddaughter's story. Her brother's still here. He's a little white pup. Oh, my gosh.
I love that.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So I definitely want to talk to you about this animal in spirit on the other side. And she says, I want you to know that I am perky again, and I am happy, and I am excited. And she shows me like this little butt just wiggling around.
That's Pop-Tart. Oh, my God. They is going to die. That is great. Yes.
And she is just the sweetest little thing. And I feel like she's just like licking my face all over.
Yeah, that's Princess
Because I
Pop-Tart.
can feel like this little soft tongue, like just licking my face, and she's just so happy. And she wants to let everybody know, I am safe, I am happy, and thank you for all the things that you did for me in my life. Thank you for getting me to where I was. And I don't know why this is important, but she's saying that she wants to say thank you for all the choices and decisions that you made to keep her as healthy as long as you could. Does that make sense?
Oh, yes, it does. She came from like a female, and she was pretty bad off when we got them. Yeah.
Yeah, she just said she wants to say thank you for that, because she shows me like vet bills lining up, and that you always found a way to make sure she was taken care of to the best of your ability.
Yes, ma'am.
She also shows me as though she would like be carried up underneath an arm and just kind of toted around, because she was just so cute. She didn't have to walk everywhere. And she says, I loved it. I was like a little princess.
And she was. And she had a little dog carrier, like you could put a baby on your chest. Well, she had that for her dog.
That makes so much
and
sense.
in her little car, yes. Oh, wow.
And she is just so grateful for the way that she was treated like a human, like a human child more so than an animal.
Yes, yes.
And she is so grateful. And just wants to say, right. And she wants to say thank you to you. She is so grateful for all of the love that you gave to her, everything that you did for her. Because she shows it to me as though she would have been a little bit older when you would have gotten a hold of her. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. She doesn't show it to me as though she was young.
Yeah. No.
And
there was another one too. Yeah. I know which one. There's another little dog. Yeah. And she was bad all day. I mean, we had her mate, she died very happy. Yes. That was the granny dog, is what my other granddaughter called her. Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And they are just so grateful for everything that you did for them. It's so funny how I was starting to give you one reading, and then here comes the animal goes, no, I need you to talk to me.
Yes, Princess Pop-Tart, she ruled the house. Yes, she did.
And she shows it to me as though you would still have something of hers. Like I feel like I can pull at a collar or a bed or something that she would have slept in. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes, it does. It's right. She had her own little interior with her own little pink blanket right beside the bed. Her brother still sleeps in it.
Perfect. Because I can feel like I can get all snuggled up, and she's like, she has things of me so that she can still look at them and remember me. And she talks to me about still having pictures and saying, oh, look, this was my baby.
Yeah, I was just showing them last night to a friend. She had a pair of sunglasses on, sitting in
Perfect.
Yep.
Perfect. So this is a way that she's validating for you that she was there as you're showing the pictures to people. She says, I'm around you all the time.
All the time.
And she shows it to me as though you can sometimes, when you're sitting down, you can kind of feel like wind or hair or something runs right across the top of your bare foot. And she said, that's how you know I'm around. Yeah.
Oh, this is crazy.
She says, I am there with you so that you know you are not alone. I am sitting with you and I walk around with you. And she talks to me about her brother getting a little older and not being able to get around as much. And she shows it to me almost like there would be arthritis in his legs. Does that make sense?
Well, now, maybe not him, but I've got an 11-year-old, but yeah, that was her buddy. Her name is Sweetie Bird.
She shows me.
Yeah.
Perfect. She's just showing me there was a sibling that had arthritis in the body and not able to get up and move as well. And she said
that could be my mama dog is with her.
Yeah. So she's just talking about how you take care of them, and they are all so grateful because you go out of your way.
Yes, I do.
Is there anything else you want her to know?
That we'd love to. She
said,
knows that.
oh, yes, she
Yeah,
does. So I was asking, the card that I pulled for you was a Two of Pentacles. And the Two of Pentacles is very much learning how to like juggle my finances and do the things that I need to do because I have all these things that are really important over here and all these things that I want to do on the other side. So Spirit is just talking to you about finding ways to juggle the money in a way that you feel comfortable and saying, all right, Spirit, here are the things that are really important to me. And I'm just going to ask you to continue bringing me the abundance so that I can continue to do what I need to do. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Yep. And so just continue to say your prayers. You know, God, I know you're always going to fulfill me and bring me everything that I need. And this is a way for them to validate for you that they hear your prayers, that they know you're praying and asking for the abundance and the things to come. So just continue to say what you need to say and giving thanks for all of the things that come to you to help you make the bills, feed the dogs, do all the things to help everybody else. Wonderful. So thank you so much, Donna, for being on the show. I am so, so grateful for you. And thank you for your patience as my computer decided to shut down.
Hey, if you had known Pop-Tart, you had to have patience. It's like having 7 or 8 2-year-olds in this house.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I am so grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you to everybody who watched the show today. Don't forget, if you would like to get your own signs and symbols, a guide to your intuition, go to marialeggett.com/freebies with an S, FREEBIES. Have a great Tuesday evening, and I'll see you in a week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soulfully Guided on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone, and welcome to another show of Soulfully Guided. I'm your host, Carmel Ann. I'd like to basically, as always, thank our network, A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, and to you as well for tuning in and listening. So if you haven't been watching, I recommend to go back. We're doing a gifted children series, and we've been doing it for a little while now. And look, today, once again, taking it really breezy and enjoying the space of just comfortably speaking and sharing things from my heart rather than try and script it or memorize it, which it's been a challenge for me, but you noticed the shows run much better from the heart than something that you're trying to perfect. So what I thought I would do today, and I know the topic, I don't know which way it's going to swing, but and how I'm going to share and what I'm going to share, but I wanted to share my story in particular about my gifts and the effects it had on me. It's not always bad. I think if we raise our children understanding who they are and they're not weird and embrace it as a complimenting, quirky, fun, connected and eccentric in their own beautiful right, because eccentric is a compliment in my world. And I don't, if we can avoid children experiencing being connected with their gifts, because not everyone is and not every child will be, even though we have this, this big understanding that everyone has their own gifts and how we connect with it is unique and makes us special in our own right. But as... for me, it wasn't a pleasant experience. And I felt like the lack of understanding of myself and what I could do, the lack of knowledge and communication, which we spend a lot of time talking about communication. You see, instead of opening up like I did as an adult, as a child, I shut down. And first, before I shut down my gifts, I shut down my personality. I would switch off in primary school. I was very lonely in primary school. I didn't connect to people. I had very little friends and, I guess being picked last would have been a bonus, but not being picked at all was a real challenge. And I guess if I understood me better, life would have been a lot different and my childhood would have been a lot more pleasant, especially in primary school. High school was very different for me. But as I said, there was early on in the series, there was a moment where I experienced an astral travel, an out-of-body experience, and I was able to somehow shut my gifts off. It meant that I was closed to my gifts, but they weren't particularly open to me. So I feel that my gifts underdeveloped me and they made me shut off. I had troubles learning, and only until my first year out of high school, when trauma hit and I realized, oh my goodness, I've at 16 and a half, both parents I'd lost. So trauma did shock the smarts into me and made me, at primary school, I would shut off. I couldn't concentrate. I couldn't understand anything and I couldn't learn. And I feel like my gifts shut me down to the point that I began to develop learning difficulties. And still to this day, there's some basic information that I can't calculate properly, or, basic things. I missed that boat. But in high school, I was able to, in university, I was able to articulate and become really intelligent. And I eventually got psychologically testing, which I fluked my way through to getting because I was interested to know about myself. And I realized I was a high cognitive functioner. And but still, the things I should have learnt at high school, excuse me, which were well beyond me to understand then. And my only thing was to daydream and to lose myself in my gifts, which I didn't want and didn't consider them as gifts. So I couldn't make friends because I felt weird and I didn't connect with people. I was lonely and school lunches were really boring, and I was worried people would know that I could understand what, things that were going to happen, or things that a child would generally not connect with or understand. And I've gone through the series to say some of my gifts, and it completely changed the aspect and the direction and the potential that I could have had and the friendships I could have had as a child. And I can't emphasize enough the right communication, investigation. When we encourage our children, it's not to encourage or push their gifts. It's, in a sense, to encourage who they are. And that might enhance their gifts, but the goal is not to say, I want to gift a child, but how do I manage that my child can be comfortable to be themselves and create friendships and social networks, rather than having social delays or learning delays within school. And things changed in high school, and I became a little more confident. I seemed really confident, but I began hanging out with cool people, and I guess I'm likable, but I never consider myself popular, although throughout, probably from 14 to about 30, there were some very popular big groups in my life, and great big popular people and crowds that I hung around with. But I also felt like I got lost in that crowd, and my empathy didn't fit the criteria of popularity. And so high school was amazing. It was fun. I was having friends for the first time in my life, real friends. But I also found myself a floater, where I would hang out with people from all different levels, and my group would say, what are you doing? You come and hang out with us. And I probably still am a floater, and I am connecting with people better, but it's not that I don't give all of myself to people. I do. But also, those essential years in childhood sort of left a mark on me. And while I'm happy and I have some great friendships in my life now, taking it back to the essentials, we can't remove my childhood from my adulthood, even though I'm a completely different person. I was an introvert, and now I'm an extrovert, and sometimes I revert back to introvert. So I want to make this experience, if you have a gifted child or a child that is connected with their gifts, as pleasant as possible. And, as I started, so there's no denying, for me, I became a substance user, and there was a lot of trauma involved, and I can't distinguish the beginning of the effects of the trauma, all the gifts that I had, or my own natural personality, because I don't even know what my personality was as a child. I didn't get the chance to discover that. So while I'm happy with who I am today, it took a good 35 years to love myself, to understand that I wasn't normal and the things that were happening back then. I kind of became spiritual again. It started happening again at 30 years old. And I eased my way into it, and it was like it fit like a glove, and everything made sense. And I don't want your child to wait, or your loved ones, if they're children, or even adults. I don't want them to wait a lifetime before they get to know themselves and love themselves freely, and not be limited, not let their gifts and what they can do limit them and their quality of life. I was able to overcome the learning difficulties, but not until trauma had really hit. And I thought, oh, I need to make something of my life. And sadly, it went the other way for me, but I was able to correct that. My life really happened in my 30s. And if it weren't for the man I met and married, it would have been a very, very different story. So I don't know how much percentage to attribute that to, trauma, gifted, where did my substance abuse happen? So the line is quite blurred, and there's not always going to be straight, black and white answers. The world is full of color and so much information, and each of us are individual and unique in our own right. So each child, and that's where I say you are the expert of your child. You may not be an expert at spiritualism, and even us talented people aren't always complete experts because we're always learning. But that was my story, I guess, growing up. And there's a lot more detail in between, but it took me a long time to find myself. And I hope that this series can help your child find themselves sooner and be comfortable with who they are, rather than feeling the need to shut down, because it is a wonderful gift to have, but I don't consider the innocence of a child can really understand what they're able to do, and that might shut their personality down, or it might have the other effect for them. And so thank you for watching this series and for hearing a bit of my story. I'll tune in actually next week. We will be watching a replay because I'm going on a working holiday, which I'm really excited about. And we'll see you the week after with some more informative sessions about being a gifted child.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Guide to Light with Martina Billig. Live from guidetolight.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Guide to Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone from the sunny Gold Coast in Australia. It's Martina Billig and welcome to the Guide to Light show. I'm so happy that you're joining us today. So I am taking a caller today, but until we get that caller, I'd love to talk with you about clairsentience. Clairsentience, the psychic ability or clear feeling, is all about us feeling emotionally or physically outside of our normal perception. So we can tune in medically to people's bodies. We can tune in emotionally to people's bodies. We can tune into all sorts of things that happen to people's bodies, good or bad. Developing this sense is very easy. It's actually our most basic psychic sense. Well, that's my belief. Just think when you're a little kid and you know that you're in trouble and you get that feeling of impending doom. That itself is clairsentience because you sort of know what's going to happen and you feel that feeling in your stomach. So the solar plexus chakra is what's connected to our clairsentience and our heart chakra. Just think about when someone's argued in a room and you've entered in and you can feel that argument still in the air. That is our clairsentience acting at its peak. So when we learn to use this beautiful gift, we can be more understanding, more empathetic. We can feel what other people are feeling. And so we can come from a place of a more heightened awareness as to why people do things. There's also the medical intuitive side. So our clairsentience can give us ideas about what's going on in somebody's body. So there may be some issues within their body. Things might not be going very well in their body. And you must always tell people you're not a trained medical professional unless you are. But sometimes we can bring awareness to an area that might need an extra scrutiny for things that are going on within that person's body. Now, I like to teach clairsentience to start off with my psychic students because I think that it's a very easy ability to come out. So in saying that, there's all sorts of different little ideas that you can do, but we're just going to move into a caller and I can go on to that after. So I would love to see. Here we go. We've got Katie in Walker, Minnesota. Hello, Katie.
Hi.
Hi, darling. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm very good. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you for calling in. And how can I help you today?
Just looking to get a general reading.
That sounds perfect. How about we start with some tarot cards and some oracle cards, Katie?
Perfect.
Wonderful. All right, let's bring through something. I'm going to take this ring off. I didn't realize it was a pain. Let's see what you need to know right now. Okay, I'm just going to set the intention to bring through a beautiful, clear reading for you, Katie. What do you need to know about right now? Okay, so I've got 9 of Wands, 7 of Pentacles, and the 4 of Pentacles reversed. Okay, so this is telling me that you're in a bit of a growth period where you're looking at something you've built up, and I believe it's to do with finances. Would you be would you understand that you're saving for something at this point in time?
What was that?
I've got the 7 of Pentacles here, which is indicating to me that you're in a process of saving up for something or preparing for something to come. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Beautiful. So in the past section, Katie, what I've got here is the 9 of Wands. This has been going on for quite a while that you've been preparing for this, and you're in a position of thinking, have I done enough to get to where I need to go? Would you understand that, darling?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm going to tell you, Katie, is we've got the Four of Pentacles reversed, which indicates to me, this is in your possible future section, darling, that there's still those feelings of insecurity of having just the right amount of what you need to get to where you want to go. But what I am seeing is that you've actually got a really good backing behind you. And I feel like that there's a lesson that's come from this saving that is really going to carry on for the rest of your life. Like you've really learned some really good strategies or techniques on how to get it done. And I feel like it might have been a bit of a struggle in the past to be able to do that. However, you've kind of mastered it. And I feel that there is going to be some celebration coming up around the mid of this year. I'm feeling that there's something like an announcement, or I feel like there's a finality to what you've been doing, and I feel like that things are going to come to pass and there'll be reason to celebrate for you, darling.
Well, that's awesome.
That is really good, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Now, what else am I also seeing? Also, I want you to consider this too, darling. I want you to keep those strategies that you've used for saving, because I feel like they could just go right out the window very quickly if you're not mindful of them.
Okay.
Happens to me all the time. But I just feel like once this sort of announcement or this thing that has come to pass, it'll make things feel like things will be easy again, but just keep those strategies and those lessons in place that you've learned.
Okay.
Okay, let's bring up some more cards for you. Okay, let's see what's happening in April, May, and June for you, darling. Would you be happy to do that?
Yeah, I would.
Okay. April, May, June. Okay, so excuse me. Oh, we've got some major arcana. Shivers. You got lots of stuff going on here. This is good. You're going to be a busy bee. So in April, things are going to feel really like you haven't got control of them, darling, but don't worry, you have, okay? There's just going to be a lot going on for you. You have got the strategies and you've got the skills in place to be able to handle a lot of things at once. It's just going to come from all angles, okay? My advice to you is just to hold on to your finances, hold on to them extra tight, okay? And just know that there's going to be growth from doing that, okay? So no silly spending, and just watch out for buying the luxuries. But there's just going to be a lot of different things that come at you that are going to be trying to encourage you to, you need to get this or you need to get that. Just really pull it in and draw it in tight and just hold fast, okay, for April.
Sounds good.
Okay, going into May. Now, May, we have the Wheel of Fortune reversed and we have the Seven of Pentacles reversed. Now, this is telling me that things that were meant to be happening in May, there may be a slight delay and things are going to be turned on their head a little bit, but I want you just to hold fast. This is the message I'm getting through all of this, is to hold fast. It's on a cycle. So what goes up will go down, but it will come around. There's actually a bit of spiritual energy around you in May, and I feel like there might be some connections with other family members or close friends. There might be some sort of a gathering happening. There's going to be a lot of people around you. I've got the Seven of Pentacles reversed that are going to be actually looking at how far you've come, and they're quite proud of you. They're really proud of you with how far you've come. And I feel like there's a bit of a story you're going to be telling them about what you've had to put into place to get to where you are. So with that Wheel of Fortune, there is going to be a big turn for you in May, and it's just going to go up, down, and then back up again, okay? So just hold on, all right? Hold fast.
Okay.
It's coming for you. Okay, May, where we go? May, June. So now this is happy days. June, this is what I was saying, mid-year for you, darling. So we've got the World card and we've got the Ace of Cups. Overwhelming, emotional, beautiful things coming for you, darling. Your cup will be filled. You've got the World card. That thing has come to its finality and has come to its end, my sweetheart. And you're going to be quite happy there. All that, you can see that the same spiritual energy around you there where it's reversed. It's come up the right way for you, okay? And you're going to be in a really good cycle. It's like you're entering into a new cycle of your life. And I see like really robust happiness And I see a lot of beautiful connections around you. So things settling down between relationships and that around you. With that Ace of Cups, we've got that overflowing love and lots of things to fill your cup with. So I do feel like there's like a nice gathering of love around you. So this could be friends, family, people that you usually spend your time with, sweetheart. Really good. June's your month.
Awesome. Oh, I'm looking forward to June.
Good on you, darling. Well, you put it on your calendar. Let's bring out some oracle cards for you. Okay, so let's see what we can do to get you on a really aligned path for the next few weeks. What can you do to get onto that nice aligned path to help set things in place for you? Okay, so we've got gratitude leads to abundance, and engage your heart to heal. So what this is telling me, sweetheart, is that there's a bit of a healing process going on, probably, and I'm feeling into this, it's with other people. There may have been some miscommunication or misunderstandings there. I want you to really look into yourself, and I want you to be able to move forward by healing your heart first. So if you've been hurt from this situation, I want you to really heal your heart first before engaging with that person and trying to smooth that out. It'll all work itself out, but your gratitude will lead to abundance. So I'm feeling like you might be struggling with a few things at this point in time, but I want you to just look at the beautiful things that are happening for you, and I want you to really focus on them. And that's like when you go to sleep at night, it's like counting your blessings. Count your blessings that you've got a warm blanket, count your blessings that you've got electricity. All these certain things will build into bigger things for you, my darling.
Okay. Yeah, that was.
Is there anything else I can? Oh, that's wonderful. I'm here to help, baby.
Appreciate it.
I haven't got much time, so I'm going to let you go, my sweetheart, but I really want to thank you so much for today, and I wish you all the best.
Yeah, thank you for the call.
So welcome, Katie. Bye-bye, darling. Okay, so everybody, please don't forget to add me on Facebook under Martina Billick, Psychic Mentor, or go to my website, www.guidebylight.net. If you would like to book, make a booking with me, I've opened my booking portal. I've got some really cool things going on. I've started doing Akashic record readings as an offering now, which I'm absolutely loving. Also, keep your eye out on my page. I am releasing a wonderful signature psychic mentorship course, and the student that I've been teaching right now is already doing absolutely amazing things. And I just think that if you keep your eye on my page, you'll see that sometimes I do free readings on lives, and I'm always here to answer your questions. So shoot them to me, and I'm happy to pull a card. Thank you so much. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm Andrea Bacon, and I hope you're all having a blessed day, evening, or whenever you're listening. Well, we are in a time of changing seasons, and that is literal as well as metaphorically. So more and more people are feeling this internal call or shift to live a more soul-led life. Now, if that is you, you might feel a stronger need to engage in a little more self-care or just having some more alone time than you normally would. Alone time is pretty important, just to kind of sit in the quiet and kind of get still and centered pretty much on a daily basis if we can. But this is because we as a collective are going through a lot of transition, a lot of spiritual growth, and it's kind of speeding up for a lot of people. And you know, in a way, every path is a spiritual path, right? Because we're spirits in a body engaging in this human life experience. So everything we do, every path we take ultimately leads to growth, right? But we learn from everything. However, we don't always embody the lessons and then end up making a different choice. So sometimes we repeat the lessons, and sometimes we do things over and over again, you know, expecting different results. But I do feel now that we are having more opportunities open up for us and our greater good and happiness to bring in more abundance and fulfilling, prosperous lives. So when we have the courage to take next steps and level up from where you currently are, you know, whatever is right for you, whichever, because it's different for everybody. Everyone's path is different. And then we will allow more joy and more happiness, and just really allow that inner child to come out regularly. I think I said that recently too, but it's coming up again from our guides and angels, because this is going to bring in more vitality, more excitement to life, and open up your creative endeavors. And creativity is important. It doesn't always have to be something that you're going to do for a living, although it can be, but it's, you know, it's an energy to tap into that is flowing and it brings in new things. So it's good to be able to tap in to creativity in whatever way you want to. But there's also this message coming through about having clear communication. So instead of beating around the bush with people when certain things come up that you maybe don't want to be involved in, kind of like be clear, you know, upfront. And it can be done in a very loving way. But this is in order to really help you have and uphold boundaries. So a lot of empaths are people pleasers. A lot of us are empaths that are on the spiritual path, or we are recovering people pleasers. And, you know, being kind is a wonderful attribute, but just remember to be kind to yourself as well. So anyway, we're going to take a caller now. Megan in Salt Lake City. Are you there?
I'm here.
Hi, how are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm doing good. What would you like answered today?
Just general, like life.
Okay. Let me see here. From Megan, messages. Okay, so something is coming up around travel and having some type of professional assistance. So there's this message from your guides and angels to switch your thoughts around if there's some things coming up for you that have to do with, you know, feeling lower or having lower mood or something like that. They're talking about being grateful for just anything that you can in the moment. Because there are new opportunities coming in. There are new things for you coming up.
Okay.
Some things that, I don't know, it feels like there's this blossoming, because we got this abundance card and there's just a lot of blossoming energy, some new energy coming up. And then we also have with this travel card, a lot of blossoming energy as well. And so I think that they're wanting to talk about, like I said, kind of visualizing, switching those thoughts to something a little more on the path that you're wanting to go on, if that makes sense.
That makes some kind of sense.
Okay, so, you know, it's about having a little bit of a higher perspective on the situations and whatnot that are, you know, you're dealing with right now. I don't know if writing is something that you've thought about doing, but that's also a message that's coming up, just kind of like writing your thoughts down on a daily basis, like the stream of consciousness, and, you know, just kind of getting everything out for the day that's on your mind. And that can help you kind of...
by a journal. So.
Okay, so that is coming up, and then talking about some kind of ancestral energy as well, like going back to your roots. So I don't know if you want to travel somewhere and go back to somewhere that your family lineage comes from, but that's coming up. I don't know, have you thought ever about doing something like that?
I can't fly to Greece, or that'd be a little more out of my price range.
Right. Well, maybe if you're wanting to travel, since that is coming up the message, and it's like,
yeah, well, I want to leave the state for sure.
Okay. Maybe have you tried to kind of like manifest that or surrender that over, and then kind of surrendering those thoughts over that, you know, the funds aren't there right now, so that's something that you're actually going to be able to allow some new energy to come in for you if you kind of work on that a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I definitely doubt it. So.
Right. Yeah. You know, like writing down some things that you would like to do that feel out of your reach, and visualize it, you know, meditate on it, and maybe do some more inspired writing about that. Like after you meditate on it, sit down and do a journal session for like 10 minutes. Everything that just comes through, just write it all down, and you might get some answers on that as well. So that's coming up for something that you can do, and then surrendering it all over, because we can only control how we feel. We can only control what we think, and we can't control really other circumstances. At some point, we have to just kind of like surrender any circumstances over to the universe in order to take it from us. And then we can kind of open the energy up some to be able to allow possibly new things to come in at some point.
Well, I get that.
What's that?
I get that. I just see that's something I need to work on.
Okay. So, yeah, that's something that you can work on, because it's like you have a unique perspective. That's Spirit's saying you have a unique perspective about things, and to tap into your uniqueness more. Do things in the way that, you know, your spirit would have you do them, and not diminishing that because other people might, you know, not understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what else.
All right.
And then let me see. They're also talking about embodying these things, grounding these things, taking action, inspired action from a state of feeling grounded and really centered, so that you can kind of allow things to flourish in their own time. And it helps integrate some of these lessons that I was actually just talking about that in the intro, but it helps, some of the lessons that we're learning and going on that spirit-led path is coming up to be able to help you integrate all the lessons. So anyway, that is going to do it for me. I hope this helps.
It does. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for calling. All right, everybody, that is going to do it for me. If you would like to check out any readings or any sessions that I offer, you can go to stan.store/mediumandrea. And I'm going to be offering coaching within the next month or so from the Chopra Institute, where I'm getting my certification. So that's exciting, but thank you. Have a great week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday. Oh my gosh, finally, right? I know. It's my favorite middle of the day week in the entire week. This is it. And so let's start at the top. Okay, well, thanks to other social media platforms, I've been locked out of pretty much everything today. And so like others, I'm sure, even my Skype account that I had to quickly reset. And maybe we had the great reset cyberly. Anyway, I've talked about cyber downfalls in certain ways in my astrological predictions. I don't know. We're going to learn more about whatever that was. Hopefully there's not just more confusion to come. But I'm going to start at the top. We have a new moon in Pisces coming, and it's an important new moon, huge reset button in the deep psyche of ourselves and each of the 12 houses and the 12 signs, how that affects people. We've got Saturn, we've got Neptune, we're going to have Venus and Mars joining there right away in Pisces as well, along with this reset button. And so it's in the deep psyche of things, places where you're spending a lot of your soul time, soul work, psyche, psychics, psychedelic, dreamscapes, illusions, anything, creativity, imagination, anything in those sort of realms, big reset buttons if you're an artist, in any fashion form or make, this is the time. I'm a painter, and I gotta say, I'm just painting my heart out. Like, I can't even stop myself. I'm up to like midnight, just painting. And so it's that kind of energy, and it's really kind of deep inward stuff. So let's get started at the top. I'm gonna go through the 12 signs. Now, if you want to find me, you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. So here's a little fun fact about Sweet Bee. I have no social media except for Facebook. I have one Facebook page. I am thinking about a YouTube channel. I'm thinking. I don't know yet. I do a lot of radio and video and stuff like that I get lots of stuff, but lots of content. But I'm a word of mouth girl. That's how people find me. And I always feel like my work is really just based on my last reading. And I try to connect with people in a very personal way. I wish I could do a 2-hour radio show here, because I literally could read 25 people. Because I have so limited time, right? So I'm going to start with some of the astrology. I do love astrology, and I read really fantastic things. Like I'm a psychic medium, and I don't know what that really means, except for I'm really good at predicting future events, and I'm really good at remote viewing. And I connect with deceased people, but here's the thing: they pick me. I can't pick them for you. I wish I could. I wish I could just say, "Hey, I need this person," and just pick them, but I'm working on it. And so we're going to start at the top. Aries, real quick message for you for the next week: opportunities. You're about to get opportunities, exciting times, plenty of action, and a family reunion. I don't know if that's going to be fun. Depends on how close you get to that new moon on that one there, Aries. Might have to have some clarifying conversations with family about who and what and who. Planning is the word for our next beautiful little, so for Tauruses. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. And part of it was, I was going to choose a word. So Aries, your word is courage. Jump in. You've got opportunities that are going to require you to jump in, but they're also clarifying opportunities for you. Planning. Now's the time to lay down the foundations of your financial future. Financial gains are more than likely, and that's for Tauruses. And it's all about your security, your health, your wealth, your security. Financial future is really important for my lovely little Tauruses. And I get the word clarity. You might talk to a financial advisor or an advisor in those areas of your life, which would serve you well. And then for Geminis, we got romance, love set to sizzle. Oh, hot times, macaroni salad. The chance for romance is high for those seeking connections. Oh, I love that for Gemini. Great message for Gemini. Again, this could be sun, moon, or rising. Also for Gemini, sun, moon, or rising, we get the word beauty. Working on aesthetics. That can be decorating your home, decorating your body, decorating your car, decorating your surroundings. You might have a super frou-frou desk. This is the time to beautify your environment, and a good time if you're looking at any sort of aesthetic work that you're thinking of doing. Good times for that. Gemini, we go to Cancerians. Oh, my little Cancerians. I don't know. You have this kind of edge of the abyss feeling, like you're kind of at the edge of a new life, an edge of all this freedom. You don't quite know what to do with that. Your health, an excellent time to start an exercise program, diet, There's new friendships, leagues, opportunities, invites, things to bring you out of the house there, little cranky crabs. You're going to get out of the house. You got winter. You're going to shake off winter, and you're going to go start getting some of that beautiful energy there. Understanding is the word. And we get the word understanding for you. Increasing your knowledge, other people's knowledge, training, knowledge-based kind of stuff. Education could be very tied to what you're doing in your work. Leos. Ooh, Leo, all that Aquarian energy going on for you. Boy, it's a lot about helping build your partners up. And that could be any partner, work partner, business partner, close, tight buddies, tight friends where you're like trying to help them they're really trying to find their way, and they might need a lot of your attention. So your wisdom, focus on the past is to lose the future. Heed advice from other people, and it'll allow you to move forward, move on. And I feel like you might even be the advisor for those around you there, Leo, giving out that advice, trust. And I love that the unicorn, because it tells me like believe in magic, but it's not imposter syndrome, Leo. You are a good advisor. People are coming to your partner needs you, or people in partnership with you, or commitment, they need you. Virgo, our Virgos, Virgo, the house of partnership with all this Pisces energy, this Pisces new moon, big resets there. What do you want? You could have surprising reactions from people, but it's time for you to close some chapters there, my beautiful Virgos. And we get the words jealousies. Watch out who you trust with your personal secrets and plans. Spend time outdoors and nature to reconnect and replenish that energy. And we get this beautiful synthesis, the transformation. It's almost like that difficult transformation, that synthesis that leads you to your freedom. I guess that's a big one for you guys. Okay, then I go to Libras. We got, it's been difficult times, like upheaval and like navigating and everything kind of just upheaval on you there, Libras. And part of that's been with all these new and full moon, lunar and solar eclipse. And you got a big doozy of a one coming up. In fact, everyone is going right across the U.S. And so it's some big energy going on there for you guys. You just be calm in the chaos. Be stoic, calm, stone-like. Try to stay still a little bit, Libras. Observe. Don't react. Leave space for people. Leave room for people. And delve into creativity, beautifying. Pull that part out of your world right now. It'll do your world a good. Scorpios, we got twists and turns. And we've got carefully laid plans could be thrown out the window as major changes and interruptions surround you. Make sure you get lots of rest to cope with all the upheaval. Well, and I'm a Scorpio sun, so I was like all over that today. So changes it up a heel. So here we are. And so today, and so the word is intention, setting your intention, Scorpio, getting the ball in the holes, going for those goals. Are you going to do the long game or the short game? Are you trying for the hole in one? Or are you just trying to just get it, just staying on the green? So what's the intention? Just set it and get your foot forward moving there. So then I go to Sagittarians, my little Saggies. Signs, the future is a positive direction and it's going to reveal itself. Any doubts or confusion will soon disappear. And especially if you're in the competition for anything, jobs, positions, roles, new endeavors. This is a really good time for you, Sagittarius, to shine your light. Really, and even going into June, I just feel like you're going to have a big reset in anything that's been holding your psyche back, and that you're going to be able to move forward with your work. And I feel like the big word for you is grace. And that is balancing and being delicate and kind and balancing things and giving people the grace and being kind of classy when everyone's being nasty. I tease, but it is. That's grace. Anyway, let's keep going. We're going to go to Capricorns. Travel, long distance communications will open up your life. Exciting experiences for singles and career advancement for others. And so for Caps, boy, breaking free, breaking loose, all that heavy Pluto energy, eh? Oh man, moved off that whole identity of you. So maybe it's time for you just to make money, putting things in your values, talking to financial planners, getting your world organized there financially. And I get the word support. That's you giving that to others. That's you receiving it. It's going to be a huge lifty time, not a leaning time. So you could be the lifter. Then we're going to go to our little Aquarians. And boy, we're entering into this age of Aquarius, and we're seeing all kinds of wild and crazy technologies and news in the news. Okay, I just saw in the news about fusion and AI solving some of the big barriers around fusion energy. And I was like, that is Aquarian written all over that crazy town. And that is some big stuff. And so we've got reinventing yourself, a transformation's taking place, and enjoying a new lease in life. Because, yeah, it's the age of Aquarius, right? It's all about you guys. So I'm loving that. Tenderness. And you guys, you know, you little Aquarians can be very, although very sort of air and idea and mind ruled, you can be quite tender. And this could even be, we might even develop and see some really new things with mental wellness, mental health, mental wellness, because Aquarians value that. They value the greater health of people. So public health. Then I go to our Pisces. Oh, Pisces, all this energy in your sign. And this reset button is a big one in so many areas of your life. So if Sun, Moon, Rising, any Venus place, wherever your placements are in Pisces, go look at that in your natal chart because you got some big resets there. And the word surprise, a disappointment could be followed by a pleasant surprise. An invitation could bring love to those searching, could bring, or just things you love doing, people you love being with, things that you love kind of going with. And here we got the word authenticity. Boy, there you are at the big Care Bear stare, shining your heart there. Pisces, being your natural, spiritual, lovable selves. And what feels sort of kind of earth-shaking for people and sort of unsettling for people, just kind of ride it out for a bit. Don't react to things that might pop up around you. Because again, we have a reset button that often makes things uncomfortable for people. But no, it's in our deep psyches and how we resolve. Because I feel like as we move forward, we're so resolved. We're so resolved. Okay, so let's get to some reading. So you, again, can find me, BerniceBissonPsychic.com. I've got Chrissy on the line. Hello, Chrissy.
Hello.
Hi, my name's Bernice Bisson. I'm a psychic medium, astrologer. I work a lot with astrology in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. And we can start looking at anything. Where would you like to begin?
So on Sunday night, my dad passed away.
Oh,
and I was wondering if there was anything.
Okay, so Sunday, you said Sunday your dad passed. Is that what I just heard you say?
Yes.
Okay.
At 11:11 p.m.
I'm sorry?
At 11:11 p.m.
Wow. Okay, so bring him to mind. Let's see if we can resonate him into our conversation right now, okay? Just sit for a moment, and I want you to do something for me. I want you just to, as you're thinking about him and sitting there, I want you to put your feet onto the floor, kind of square yourself in your chair. And I want you to begin to count backwards from 7 out loud, slowly. Take a deep breath, and you can start counting.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Oh, that's nice. I don't often get 0. 0 is what spirit always needs.
Sorry.
Your dad in his passing, and I almost feel like he was met right away by a very young guy and a much older man. And I feel like as he sort of passed and went over, this younger man's been gone a while, and then this older man met him. And in this, I feel like he's still in this realm of life review. He's still in this realm of reflecting on all the things in his life. I feel like I just keep hearing you singing and talking and saying things. And that there's something really important about the 8th. We're in March right now, so the 8th to the 14th. I don't know why just yet, but going to be really important. Something coming through. There's something about also going to maybe other cities to see family or family from other cities from where you live. And and that there's the girls. You're one of the girls. I don't know. I just heard the girls. So, and that even yes, the fourth is bringing me back to, and maybe some conversations that were going on there. I almost feel like when I think of like the families in the other cities, I almost feel like there's something about maybe someone wants you to move, or they're going to talk you into moving. And I feel like that's actually going to show up very quickly, or that there'll be a decision, and that in some way, your dad's crossing through the veil, crossing over. In some way, that was the reset button for releasing you. And there's, I'm going to just get kind of weird. Just run with me here. Hold my hand and run with me.
Okay.
He's also bringing up, although his passing is so sad, he wants more of a celebration. My heart keeps fluttering as we're talking. It's like it's pound, 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 pound. And there's a wedding or some sort of gathering that's going to show up. And I feel like you'll know even by August of 25, there's something important about that. I do think that my heart, he keeps bringing my heart into this. I don't know, something with heart. I do think that you'll see him, and I feel like he'll be very quiet in the dream, and he'll have this dog with him that he had before. I don't know why that's important. And that there's something about you and another lady will be talking about a pendant, a necklace for him.
His girlfriend.
Sorry, did I cut you off?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I said his girlfriend.
Did you just talk to her about this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been talking to her.
Okay. I feel like he's still in this. I'm going to get kind of weird. Just go with me again. I feel like he's in this energy still. Like right after we pass, we go through life review. We go and then we choose to communicate and go over. He's still here, and I feel like, I don't know, he keeps bringing up a song. Someone's writing a song. I'm going to leave because that song's going to come up, and it's going to be, I don't know. I know it's okay. That got weird. The song. He also brings up, if I may, I just want to, there's a really strong G, there's a strong R. I know you're
His
the
name's
C.
Gary.
Gary, thank you. Oh, I was, I usually try to let them spell it out for me. I'm so sorry, because normally I try to let them. No, that's okay. GR, and because they start, if you can imagine, they show up like the paparazzi. They'll give you flashes of insight. No, it's him. And when you're getting all these kind of thoughts about him, no, it's him. Okay? And I'm going to leave you with that, Chrissy, and I'm going to leave you with so much love, but he's literally right around you, even now, even right now. He hears you talking, so talk up a storm. You'll get the response. Just talk up a storm. He hears you, okay? Okay.
Thank you.
And thank you. Thank you, my beautiful lady, and Godspeed to you and your family. Then I got Angie in Mitchell, South Dakota. Angie, okay. Angie.
Hi, Bernice.
Angie, did I read you before?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my God. I got to tell you something. This is freaking me out. Okay. So if you've seen me before, you know I do automatic writing, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that? Have I ever done that? Oh my God. Okay, no. I'm going to hold this. I don't know if you can even see me. I don't know. I just talking into my phone like I'm talking into a mirror. So I'm going to hold it up, go back on the recording because I am freaked out right now because Angie, this is your message.
I wish it. Okay.
This is your message. And I'm like, I don't have an Angie today. I have nothing to do with an Angie today. So I'm kind of freaked out. Let's take a look what I wrote for you, okay? And then you got me the rest of my time. Tough times never last. Tough people do. Oh, and I wrote that and I just felt like maybe you've been, okay, I had partner opportunities. Maybe there's a decision around partners' opportunities. Maybe a partner has opportunities and that a hug from mom. Sorry?
Like marriage?
Partner opportunities, it just said, and then hug mom. And then you ask back and forth, family. There's a sister figure with some news. There's something about harmony. Right now, you're just trying to put forth harmony and you're just wanting some peace and that just know that there's this man who died who I'm supposed to tell you, he's like the captain of the ship and that he's giving you a great big old hug and you're supposed to hug a mother figure and that there's some sort of sister figure coming forward and you're supposed to work something out with her. And there's something about, I don't know, you're going to be traveling to other cities. I don't know, maybe you know people there. That's what I had.
Okay.
And in this big part. So I'm going to just hold up one more minute. So when you go back, maybe you could read my writing. And because I was just getting the strong message in and I didn't know who Angie was. There's resets in all areas of your life. There's resets in maybe coming through opportunities and there's something about a partnership opportunity. And you know, it's funny, maybe not funny and not funny. It could have been both romantic and businessy. You know, I don't know. It felt, that's the word she wanted. I don't know, I was supposed to tell you. So where do you want to start?
Okay. I guess I kind of want to start with my marriage.
With your marriage, is that what I heard?
Yep, my marriage.
Okay, let's just I want you just in your mind just to focus on relationship, marriage, just things going on around you. And I want you to count backwards from 7 out loud slowly. Take a deep breath and you can start counting.
Okay. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You waffled on number 4 a little bit, almost teary. I don't know what. So emotions right under the skin. That's your heart center, by the way. And so, okay, your mind's getting ahead of you. Your mind's getting ahead of you. I almost feel like the partnership, opportunities. Okay. I'm going to say this and I don't know what to say except this. There's something very silenced with partner, problems in my throat chakra, problems swallowing, problems. I keep hearing jagged little pill. And that thoughts about you already being on your own. Thoughts of you already being on your own. Details like the last, if I go back 8 weeks, couple months, and I go ahead the next 8 months, it's like the details, the papers, insurance details. I don't know. There's this man who died who keeps showing up as the blue jay, or you're going to get sandwiched, Angie. You're getting sandwiched in maybe making a move from where you live. You might be sorting out your life right now. on your own or in a lone journey. That's what I keep seeing. And I'm really sorry I'm saying that out loud.
That's okay.
I feel like you might get sandwiched a bit with a parent, their health.
Okay.
Like you're going to get sandwiched a bit about a couple of things going on there. In terms of opportunities and partner and working things out, I don't know. I'm going to say it and you can hate me later, but I feel like you're on your own in whatever decision this is anyway.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. I don't know that you, sorry, go ahead.
No, I didn't say nothing.
Okay. I just feel like you bringing forward anything, I don't know that it gets heard. I don't know that, I feel like someone's really depressed. I feel like someone's really depressed in this and really not hearing. And I feel like your plans are, if you deliver your plans, you're feeling like you're mean or you're bad because how could I do this when they're so depressed? Or like, how could it, but you're feeling so pulled down in it. It's almost like that crab in the bucket, and it's almost like so dark, you don't know how to kind of pull yourself up. So I feel like sometimes when someone's drowning, we have to save ourselves to save them. Like we have to make sure we have our life jacket on in order to do what we need to do. And I feel like, girl, I'm throwing out my life jacket to you. I'm throwing out my life jacket to you right now. Because I feel like whatever decision you're trying to make in terms of the marriage, I feel like you're going to wind up, like there's so many details to it. And you're like, if I do it, I'm worried about what happens to them. I'm worried what the outcome's going to be. And I feel like talk to a therapist about just unloading your mind, unloading all the possibilities and sorting it out through that means to really resolve your decisions. I think you're resolved, but you have all of this worry about what happens when I do it. Because I feel like if I do this, this person's going deep, deep, deep down. And I don't know. And I feel like if you sort those thoughts through with a therapist, you're going to be able to really come to a good result for both you and this person, or even maybe find ways to bring light to some of the situations to help them in some way in this process as well.
Yeah.
And I'm sending you love and light to you and your family. And thank you for coming to me and coming through the show. I feel like Spirit put us together. This message, you can text Lori where I do my bookings, and I'll take a photo and just give it to her, because there's lots on here that I don't really want to read out loud. You can read for yourself. Okay?
Okay.
With love, sister. I'm right there with you. I got you. I'm right here.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Ellen. Elliott's Magical Window with Reverend Elliott. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliott's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, light, and the perfect gin and tonic, which I guess give you a rough idea about what I've been doing all day. This is Reverend Elliott coming to you live from the city of New York, where, it's been a nice summer so far. We've had a couple of hot days, but mostly it's been in the 80s and 70s. Wow, man, it's been beautiful. I've been using a blanket at night. It's been so cold. Now, the thing is around me, see, I don't use air conditioning. I haven't really used air conditioning at all, actually, in 3 years or so. And sometimes it gets very hot. Now, I can get away with that because I tend not to go places that are air conditioned. That's what I think kills people with air conditioning, is the idea that a lot of places you go are freezing. So when you get back home and it's warm, it's very uncomfortable. But since I didn't go out that much, and when I do, I don't spend hours in places that are air conditioned. So it's okay. We live in an old law New York City tenement from the late 1800s, and it's designed for cross ventilation. So we get breezes, and it's been down to like 72 degrees at night, and it gets kind of chilly. So I know I'm reduced to talking about the weather, but so does the president, from what I hear. But it's interesting because and this is, I don't want to sound like a broken record, which I think is a thing. It's meaningless to much of the, what am I going to say? Like, I don't want to sound like a stuck CD. There's a lot of people who've been scaring us with the idea that everything is going to get so warm that we're all going to just melt and die. Well, of course, there are parts of the country where they've been very warm. They're the desert areas. Other areas, it hasn't been terribly warm. And if you look at the charts, you'll find that the worst summers that this country has ever experienced were in the late 1920s, early 1930s. And there was no air conditioning then. So that was pretty bad. But in any case, I don't like to use air conditioning because it wreaks havoc with my throat. And I did spend some time last week in a doctor's office in a waiting room. It was urgent care, so of course I only had to wait 3 hours. But the air conditioning there, I think it soured my throat, which is why I wasn't on last week. My voice was very scratchy. It's still not the mellifluous tones that it's usually, but it's getting better. I hate missing the shows. I hate not being with you. I'm shuffling up the cards now because I'm so itchy to get to work here. I've been doing readings, finally getting back to doing readings for people, which is always fun to do. If you want to know about my readings, the rates they're fair, but they're also negotiable. I'm not going to let money get in the way. So if whatever you want to do, you do. When I started doing this, people said this was silly, but I started doing this. I said, I'll do readings for people, and when I'm done, you pay me whatever you want. And I only got stiffed once. And that person never contacted me again. So that person was the loser, not me. But the whole thing was, I don't believe in overcharging. That said, I do have a very special reading that's coming that's going to, frankly, cost a lot. A lot. But, you and I will spend several days doing it. It will include a whole bunch of stuff, like a complete birth chart. Oh, man, I'll give you, I don't want to leak too many details out, but it's, like I said, for ordinary readings, like a 20-minute, half-hour reading, 15-minute reading, you don't want to charge a lot of money. It's not, it shouldn't be unreasonable because this is a service in many ways. So you can check out, there's two things you can check out on my website, magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Take a look at my rates for readings because, as I said, I'm back after a period of illness. I canceled all my readings. That's only because you have to be really healthy to do this. Otherwise, spiritually, it doesn't work. And the other thing to check out is the code of ethics. Because people always ask me about that. What is it that I should look for in a tarot reader? And there are two things I say. One is not somebody who doesn't charge an arm and a leg for a simple reading. And the most important thing is, if you get a reading from somebody and you come away from that reading feeling worse than when you went into the reading, don't ever go back to that person again. Ever. Never, never. That person is just trying to disorient you, discombobulate you, everything you, and probably separate you from your money. Don't do that. Don't do that. This should help you. When I do readings, we do them over the phone or we do them over Skype, and you arrange to have a time with me for, say, a half hour or an hour. And if it's kind of interesting and we want to keep going, we'll keep going. You know, that's why I don't schedule readings back to back. Now, how much extra does it cost you to keep going? Nothing, because that's my choice. I choose to do that. If I think that it needs more time, that means that I didn't get the job done in the time allotted. So no, you don't pay more for that. See, that's the way I look at it. So you keep that in mind. I mean, that's just one of those little things. It's good to be back. I was so. Let me check this out here. I was so upset. This wasn't working earlier. This is my wonderful rim shot machine. Yeah, there you go. I should have done that after the gin and tonic line. The batteries, I had to check the batteries because it wasn't working. And I opened it up just before airtime here. And I checked the batteries with my trusty vintage WC Fields battery tester. The one that the stronger the battery, the brighter red his nose glows. That was a gift from a good friend named Scott, whose website I want you all to see. I mentioned this briefly a couple of weeks ago, but we had some technical difficulties, so I don't know if it got through, but I want you to check out the website called So Few Critics, So Many Poets. So Few Critics, So Many Poets. And that is that is the website that if you are into film, if you really like good film criticism, if you really like reading thoughtful writing about films, about plays, about literature, about things in general, what you want is So Few Critics, So Many Poets, and you can just put that in your browser and you'll get Scott's website. It's quite amusing and thoughtful, and it's great. And I mentioned in this week's in his blog post this time around, which is it's a wonderful write-up about a 1930 movie called King of Jazz. And you'll see why. You just give it a shot. It's a wonderful website, and I really recommend it highly. So here we are in the middle of August. We haven't melted. The world hasn't blown up, although they say we're getting closer and closer to it. Oh, boy. New York is becoming a highly bizarre place and interesting. You never can tell what's going to happen in New York, but suddenly it's becoming the focus of attention around the world for various reasons, which I don't want to waste time going into political stuff now because you get that everywhere. God, are we saturated with politics and politics and politics everywhere? Suddenly it became a spectator sport, you know. It replaced stand-up comedy, but it's not quite as funny. So we're going to get together to get a little beyond that stuff. We're going to go beyond the earthly thing here where what is politics and news? It's just to scare you, you know. The end is coming. You know, the people who think they don't have any religious beliefs, it's amazing how religious they really are. They've transferred their religion to other things like politics. And that's what we're seeing is a breakthrough there where people they vote out of faith. So what can you do? Let's do this. I've shuffled up the cards. I've babbled on for a little while. I've told you about a wonderful website that you should all be looking at. And let's get going with the readings. How's that? Because I've been so negligent in the last few months. I haven't been around that much. So I'm going to ring a bell 3 times to declare a sacred space. I'm going to hope that the gin and tonics that I was testing today don't get in the way. Oh, boy. And we're going to pull back the curtain on the magical window for Ashley in Ontario. Hi, Ashley. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you tonight, Ashley?
Good.
Well, maybe we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
Oh, just about life.
Oh, that old thing, right? It's just life, right? Anything in particular? Any area you're interested in?
No, just anything.
Okay, well, the first card I have here is the Page of Coins, and that's money. And the page is about the appearance of the thing that it's describing. So it's telling me that there's going to be a kind of, are you looking for new work or that kind of thing? Because there's a new income stream that might be coming your way. Is that something that's in your plans?
No, not yet. I'm not too sure what I'm going to do.
Okay, well, what I'm seeing is that there is. See, pages are very solid. You go. The court cards go from the top to the bottom. You know, you get the knight to the queen to the king to the page, and it gets more solid each time. With each step, the knight is kind of potential and the page is reality. So what I'm seeing here is money coming your way, and the Three of Rods, it's waiting for something to bear fruit. So yeah, I can see that you're waiting. The Justice card is here. That tells me that if you're not involved in any kind of a lawsuit, because there are two sets of meanings for this card, it tells me that there's things in life that you deserve that you're going to be getting. You may have been not getting what you deserve, but you will be getting it. I'm seeing a past period of sadness, which is it's gone, but there's Two of Coins here. There's money again. There's the Seven of Coins. There's money again. It looks to me like what's coming your way. You're going to be making money, and you're going to be doing it in a way that you enjoy doing it, and you like it. Does that help any?
Yeah.
I hate to be so vague, but that's all I'm getting here. You know, I mean, and here's another one. It's the Six of Coins. There's an awful lot of money coming your way in this. And now I don't mean like millions of dollars. I mean a lot of indications that money is coming. And when that happens, when the cards are that heavy in one suit, it means it's important. So if you're concerned about money, gosh, here's the King of Coins. Now it's all money.
That's really good.
Maybe I should be hanging around with you a little more. I don't know. Maybe I should get over to Canada, and then we'll get to Vegas and see how much money you can win, because you know you're going to be doing okay money wise, and you see, the thing is, here's the Six of Swords. This all fits in with what you were saying and what I was saying about waiting for something to bear fruit. You have plans, and this card, the Six of Swords, is about a person who gets from where she is to where she wants to be through her own effort. So you're working at it, and it's going to be successful. And there's the Page of Swords. Basically, don't even get me started on that. Page of Coins again. So yeah, definitely money. There's money coming your way. And it's money that you've worked for. It's money that you're going to be earning. It's money that you're going to definitely deserve. And then there's the Sun, which is a card of healing and health and growth and happiness. It's a rather dull, happy reading, you know?
Yeah, no, that's a very good reading.
Now, is there anything else you want to look at?
No, that's good. That's really good.
Okay, I just have one other thing I just want to let you know. Because there was that one card about past sorrows and sadnesses. There's a card here called the Ten of Swords. That means that the troubles are over. Any troubles that you may have been having, any problems, any really serious sadnesses, it's past. And now, you know, a lot of people think it's a card of death because it shows a person lying in the mud with 10 swords in her back. But what it really means is, there was a period where life threw a lot at you, and you survived because that person's going to get up, and it's going to be fine. And that's where the next card after that is the Sun, the health and healing and growth and happiness. So whatever happened that was kind of not that happy, not that pleasant, is over. Okay?
Yeah, well, that's really nice because, you know, I go through a lot, so I've been having really bad luck lately, so.
Well, there's the point of the justice card, because the cards are saying that you deserve better and that you are going to get better. As long as you hang in there.
This reading has made me feel really better.
They're your cards, so you don't have to thank me. I'm just pulling the cards here, but I appreciate the sentiment. But that's the whole point. The whole point of the justice card is, look, we don't really want to feel conceited, but there comes a time in our life when we feel that we really aren't getting what we deserve. And this card showing up means, yeah, you're right. You're not getting what you deserve, but you will. Now, for some people, that could be a threat, but there are no negative cards around it. This is nothing negative at all. This is purely positive. So, yes. And combined with the idea that the period of troubles and all is over, and you've got healing and health and growth and happiness coming your way, I think it's a very good time of life that you're entering into now.
Oh, well, thank you. That puts a lot to rest. Hear that?
Yeah, I'm glad you like it. Let me see if I can find one more card. Yeah, well, there you go. It's the Six of Rods. That is a card of triumph and success. What more do you want, right? There you go. You're going to do whatever choices you make. A lot of people worry about choices, and sometimes they want me to tell them with the cards what is the best choice to make. And all I can do really is reassure people that, if at all, but I see it here for you in your cards, the choices that you make are going to be good choices. So don't doubt yourself. It's going to be good. Here, this is reinforced. This is beautiful. The world. The Six of Rods is triumph and success, and the world is guaranteed success. You're on a really good path, and I feel good. Looking at these cards makes me feel better. So that period that you've wanted, where things gel and come together and work for you, you're just about in that now. And it's coming, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for calling. I feel great, by the way, now. I mean, you really, that reading was so upbeat. I feel great, So I can only
it was amazing.
How you must feel. So thanks for calling. Bye-bye now.
Yeah, thank you so much. I feel so much better.
Okay. And now let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliot on the Ask One Radio Network, where for over 10 years now, we've been getting together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the magical window of the tarot. I wrote a book called Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, dedicated to you, the listeners of Ask One Radio, because you inspired me to write it. And it can tell you how you can do, well, I wouldn't say what I do, but you can read cards. Hopefully you'll do it better than I do. I don't want to set myself up as the paradigm here, but you can, it's the kind of book I wish I had when I started learning how to read tarot cards. And it comes with a CD, so you can hear actual readings representing things in the book. And check it out. It's at Amazon, and it's called, like the show, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Now, let's get to the next reading. Jessica in Marion, Ohio. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Elliot. How are you? Hello?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I was moving the microphone and I hit the mute button, or as we like to call it, so gracefully, the sneeze button. I accidentally hit that.
That's all right.
So, nope, I didn't abandon you. So how are you doing tonight, Jessica?
I am absolutely wonderful. How about yourself?
Great. I'm doing great. I get so much energy doing this show. It just seems to pour right through the radio into my headset, and I just feel great. What can I look at for you?
Do you want me to ask like a question, or
whatever you're comfortable with? What would you like to do? How would you like to do this? It's your time.
Would you like to maybe pull a card for me?
Okay.
In regard, do I need to ask you a specific question when you pull the card, or?
No,
I mean,
okay. I'll pull a couple of cards. How's that?
Sounds great to me.
Okay. Well, this is I'm a little concerned about this because I'm wondering now about, has somebody been spreading gossip about you, or do you think that somebody might be saying things behind your back?
I mean, maybe. Probably.
No, go ahead. 'Cause
Probably.
I'm getting cards that indicate this. If that's going on, we can look at it.
Yes. Well, I mean, I guess it would be probably with my sisters.
Mm-hmm. So what's going on there?
Well, I'm at a point at my life where I just want to find peace, and I want to be happy, and I want to focus on positive things, and I want to instill that in my kids. And my sisters are going in a direction that I'm not really so sure about, and I don't really agree with some choices that they are making in regards to like their parenting decisions with their children and just stuff like that, because their kids are like daughters to me, and so I kind of try to stay away from them because they give me like a negative energy. And since my father passed away, things haven't really been the greatest between us, just because of what happened with that. And it's taken me like 8 years to finally like let it go because it was so traumatic to me. And I kind of just like I try to keep the peace with them, but I don't want to be in their company.
Well, that's what what I'm seeing. Well, the reason I brought it up, and I said it's kind of a delicate subject, that there's negativity, negative influences around you, and you're aware of it. So that's good. That's really, really, really good. There are things that you can do to protect yourself spiritually from negative energy. There are certain things that you can do that will, I mean, you can, I'd be more than happy to send you something. I mean, to send you something that would, to tell, because there are like, there are a thing called return candles, which will send a negative energy back to the person who sends it to you. Let me just see if I can find something here for you to do.
What I've been doing is I've been really heavy into my Bible. And I kind of just been surrounding myself with light.
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned that, because what I want you to do, I've got something here that might be good for you. It's from the book of Psalms. And you mentioned Bible, and I was going to tell you there's something you can do here. On a piece of paper, and this goes for anybody listening, this is for when there's tension and not peace in families. On a piece of paper, this is an old ritual. You can put down the names of those people you're having this difficulty with on one side of the piece of paper. On the other side, write down the first, second, and third verses of the 98th Psalm. And put that under a blue candle and just let it burn for a few minutes, the candle, every day, and just think about the peace that you want to bring. Okay? That can be a very good help, because that'll send out positive energy, and it's directed. So you write the names on one side of the paper. If you can get parchment, that's even better, but you don't have to go that far. And then verses 1, 2, and 3 of the 98th Psalm. Okay? And you put them underneath a blue candle, under the holder, and burn the candle for a few minutes and just meditate on the situation and picture light and picture good stuff coming. Okay? Because that'll help protect you a bit from the negativity. And then there are other things that you can do, banishing rituals and things like that. If anybody listening here too, also, if you're interested, just drop me a line at asktarot@earthlink.net. asktarot@earthlink.net, and I can get back to you and send you some information. I'm pretty sure that I've got something about it at my website, magic-works.com, but there's like 106 pages there now. So I can't guarantee which one it is. But I can direct you if you send me something there. Or just take a look at magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and take a look, because you might be able to find something there because negativity is a big thing that we all have to face. And, sensitive people can feel that. I mean, you can feel the dogs can feel that. You know what I mean? And we can feel it too.
Yeah.
So you do that with the 98th Psalm, and you can protect yourself, and then look at this stuff about dispelling negative energy, and maybe look into a return candle if you think that there's actual negative energy being sent your way. Okay.
Okay.
That should be that should be a good way to help you.
Okay.
I will light a white candle for you tonight, and I'll send positive energy your way. How's that?
I really appreciate that.
Okay, so do that. And if you need any more information, again, remember, you can contact me through Ask One Radio, or just, go on a search engine, just look for Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. My email is asktarot@earthlink.net. It's a very old email. And I'll be happy to send you some information on other things that you can do. Okay? No charge for that stuff. It's on the house. I don't charge for things like that. Okay? So hang in there.
Yeah.
Let me just pull a couple of cards here now. The star is here. That's a card of hope and optimism. And the 8 of Cups is here, which shows a person who is abandoning things in life that are not working and going towards things that are working. So, you're on that path. You mentioned it, that you're looking into growth spiritually, and that's good. And here's the Page of Swords, which tells me that there's a new way. You're thinking differently. Your way of thinking is changing. So that's good. So keep that up, and you have to protect yourself. When we change, it blows people's minds when we change. So you need to protect yourself. Okay?
Yeah.
I fully understand that. Don't hesitate to contact me anytime, okay?
Okay.
Thanks
is there anything else that comes? Okay.
No, that's about it. I should move on, because that's the main issue that I see.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your time, and you have a blessed and wonderful night.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. Bye-bye now. We'll shuffle up the cards. Hey, we're coming to the half-hour mark here. What do you know, huh? Time flies. Like I say, it's up to you to be the navigator, Bill. Good night, right? What did I just end the show? Magical words, just ending the show, right? Oh, boy. So you're listening to Reverend Elliott's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, where we answer the age-old question in life, what the heck was that? I always think that's the first question that people asked. That made us people. I mean, the first time a bolt of lightning hit a tree, and whatever the proto-human was that became a Neanderthal or whatever, just said, what the heck was that? And we are asking that all the time. What was that? And of course, we're very lucky people, because today, instead of relying on high priests and shamans, we have scientists who always are right about everything. Oh boy, there's every once in a while I talk about Rupert Sheldrake, who is a scientist. He's a wonderful scientist. He's a true scientist. He's an actual scientist, and he did some fascinating work. You can look it up at his website. Just look for Rupert Sheldrake on whether or not pets know that we're coming home. He checked this out with dogs, and he varied the times of the owner coming home. He varied the method of coming home, so it's not like they hear the car from 2 miles away or something. And it always seems that the animal knew when the person was coming home, even when they came home at random times. It's a fascinating study. And he was presenting his evidence on a stage And seated on the stage was the head of the prestigious British Scientific Academy. The Royal Academy of Science, I believe it was. And he asked the man, what did you think? And he said, well, I didn't pay attention to that. He said, you didn't pay any attention to the evidence I gathered? No, of course not, because it's quite impossible what you're talking about. And Mr. Sheldrake, who will live in my heart forever for this, he said to the head of the Royal Academy of Sciences, you know, there's a word for people who make up their mind about something and ignore evidence. And he said, oh, really? What would that be? He said, prejudiced. And, of course, the guy turned all kinds of colors and scarlet face, and they said they were afraid he was going to erupt. Yeah. But, yes, that's what it was. So I think that we ought to view everything with a healthy dose of skepticism, and that includes so-called science. And, you know, use the last 3 years for your own evidence, right? So we're bypassing science in a way here. This is why I call it the magical window, because it lets us see things that is, you know, because for science, if they can't measure it, it doesn't exist. Now that's ridiculous. How many pounds of love do you feel for someone? How tall is your hate of or anger? I know these are negative, but I'm not against negative emotions. We develop them for a reason. So as long as we don't live constantly in those, you know, being constantly in a state of anger is as bad as being constantly in a state of bliss. So, you know, we're people, man. You know, we're humans. We feel things. But how do you measure that? What's the intensity? How much does a thought weigh? Echo in Pollock Pines, California is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. How are you today?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing great. I've missed a few shows in the last few months, and I'm so glad to be back. What can I look at for you?
Love, if I could, please.
Love? Oh, okay. As soon as you said that, I cut the deck, and I have a card here with a big heart on it. But it's a sad card. It's a 3 of swords, and it's got swords piercing a heart. Did you recently have a bad relationship?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's see what we can deal with that. The 7 of swords is here. That tells me that the person you were involved in was not being quite honest and open with you. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, so, well, after that it gets good, okay? After that comes the good stuff. I have the Knight of Cups that tells me that there's still going to be romance coming into your life. I have the Sun, which is about health and healing and growth and happiness. The World, assured success. What I'm just seeing here is that, something's coming your way. There'll be somebody else, but it's going to take a little time. I think this was kind of heavy-duty experience, wasn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, well, it's going to take a little time, and I don't think people understand that when a relationship, some people don't, and I'm not talking about you personally because I don't know you, but there's some people who think that, well, that's that you broke up, now what do? You're going to go see someone. You know, sometimes you mourn, sometimes you grieve, sometimes it hurts because you had a lot going there, you know, and see what I see now here is the 8 of Swords. You're kind of feeling tied up and restricted right now, am I right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, well, that's going to change, though, because we did have the health and healing and growth and happiness, and here's the World, which, again, I keep getting that card tonight, assured success. Now, I told you there's something new coming your way in terms of affairs of the heart, which is indicated by the Knight of Cups. And the 8 of Rods is here, which tells me that it's going to be happening very soon. So, you know, if you're ready for it, jump. If you're not, there'll be more because things are going to be good for you. You're busy getting over what happened, and I think you'll be fine. Is there anything else you want to look at about that?
Just, I guess, possibly more on my ex, because it's the father of my child.
Okay, well, what would you like to know?
I guess, do we ever have it? Maybe not a relationship, but a healthy, friendship?
Well, right now, what I'm seeing is the Seven of Cups. And I'm going to interpret that as no for now, because that is about an unfocused idea, unfocused goals, unfocused dreams. But that doesn't mean that it isn't going to happen. Because I'm also getting cards that show that balance will return, though. So yes, but not right away. The Temperance card is here. Temperance is balance. And that means balance will be restored to the both of you. But right now, I think it's going to take a little bit longer.
Okay. Thank you.
The thing I have here is the Nine of Coins, which is an interesting card because it's about being comfortable with being alone. It's solitary, and it doesn't mean lonely. It doesn't mean a hermit. It just means that you're not somebody who needs to be with somebody so much that you'll be with somebody who's not good for you. You know what I mean? It's that you're comfortable. You're comfortable in your own skin, so you're comfortable being alone, and that's a strong asset. But I do see hints that something romantic is coming your way. Now, it could be with the same person, it could be somebody new. But right now, you need to have this thing settle down in your spirit and in your life, and then balance will return, and then you'll be getting the things that you want.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. That was truly amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
And we'll shuffle the cards again. And Joni in Iowa, Boone, Iowa is next. Hi, Joni. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, Joni. How are you tonight?
I'm good. And you?
I'm doing well. What can I look at for you?
Well, I was wondering if my husband had any messages for me or our boys.
I'm assuming that he's passed, yes?
Yeah, it'll be 2 months on the 15th.
Oh, gosh.
Kind of sudden.
That's whew, man. You're dealing with a lot then. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when I do these kind of readings, the last show I did, I get, there are certain cards I look for to let me know if I'm getting a message from someone. And one of them is the High Priestess. The other card obviously would be Death, or the Last Judgment, that kind of stuff. But I just got the High Priestess for you. The last time I did this, a couple of weeks ago, I didn't get any of that. And it was just, it's the only time it failed me. But I did have the person call me off the air, and we did it again, and no charge. We just did it again, and then all the right cards showed up. So, yeah, now, here I got both of them. Good grief. I got the High Priestess and the Death card, one after the other. So I'm taking this as not only a message, but a message, an urgent message.
Okay.
And so let's look at the cards that we get here. The first one is the Chariot, which is that the Chariot is a person who is holding conflicting forces in check and getting what, it shows a person with a white horse and a chariot with a white horse and a black horse. And the person who's the Chariot here is holding them and making them go the way she wants. So what you're getting here is the message is be strong.
Okay.
The Sun is here too, which is healing, health, growth, happiness, which is odd because I almost always get that card doing readings like this. It's as if it's saying, I'm okay where I am.
Mm-hmm.
I almost always get that card. And from the very first time I did readings like this, it startled me. Here's the Three of Swords. I always get that too. That's about great sadness and sorrow. That admits and acknowledges that you're feeling pain and sorrow and sadness. So is the spirit you're contacting. Mm-hmm. But this person is growing, and that's the whole point of the Sun. The main, see, those cards are this and the High Priestess and Death. Those are the cards I always get. The card that I don't always get is the Chariot, which is telling me that the message is stay strong. I guess it's because there are people you need to be strong for, right?
Right.
So that's that. I'm almost speechless here because these are such classic cards for a reading like this, to start with the High Priestess, who is the person who sees behind the veil. She's sitting in front of a screen. So the veil is the one that separates this world from the next. The Death card, that speaks for itself, you know. And then the first card I have is the Chariot, the card that's the sun saying, I'm growing, I'm healthy, I'm happy. And then the sword, the Three of Swords, although I know that there's pain and sorrow. And the one last card I have here is the Judgment card. See, that's another card I get when I do these readings. This is a very strong indication that this is a genuine reading.
Okay.
Is there anything in here you want to look at a little bit more?
Well, I just wanted to know, our boys, you know, they started their football and they're about, you know, to start their football season in high school, and I just know that it was really important to him. And if he had any messages for the boys or anything like that.
Well, the card I've got...
It's been really hard on them.
The card that... Oh, I'm sure. The card that I got here in direct response to this is the Six of Swords. The Six of Swords is about a person who gets... It's about people who get from where they are to where they want to be through their own power and abilities. Some decks call that card science, for the obvious reason that it involves using the mind and power to get where you are, to where you want to be. And that's the message, which is to stay focused. The person on this, take a look at any time, just on the internet, if you don't have a deck of tarot cards, look up the Six of Swords. Because in almost all decks, it shows the same thing. It's a person on a little boat pushing that boat from rough waters to smooth waters. So the message there is keep focused and get yourself from where you are to where you want to be. You'll do it.
Okay.
And then there's the Lover's card, which shows an angel watching over people. So you see, that shows up a lot in these readings too. So that's good. Those are the two messages. Stay strong, and the other is for the sons, stay focused and know what you want and go for what you want.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to light a white candle after the show for you to send positive energy your way, because this is so new. This is so recent that according to some theories, you know, the spirit may even still be around you. You know, it's not even 60 days, right? So, you know,
right.
Keep it positive and as positive as you can, without you know, obviously you can't deny your feelings, because that's the perfect way to make yourself crazy. But
right.
But keep in mind that this is definitely when I get these cards, I look for one of these cards to verify that I'm doing an afterlife reading, and I just got 3 of those cards.
Right.
So this is very strong.
I would try to contact him through this.
That means the spirit is strong.
Okay.
Now here's the Ten of Coins. The Ten of Coins is a fascinating card because it's about children and grandchildren and grandparents and lineage and being with ancestors and the whole family line. You see, and everybody knowing that they're part of a continuum. And that's what you're asking about, because that spirit is there still, is what I see. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
If you need at any time, if you want to just vent for anything, you know, you can drop me a line at my email, asktarot@earthlink.net. Even if you don't want any answer, if you just want to write something and send it to somebody, just feel free to do that with me. And if you want me to delete it, I'll just instantly delete it. Okay?
Okay. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm here at any time. That goes for anybody listening. I'm always here, and I've got plenty of time in my hands to do this. And it isn't something I charge for. Again, I like to make that clear, because we live in a very commercial world. And when I invite you to do something, when I invite you to do something, I am charging you for it. You know, that's bad manners, right? So please. Anytime if you feel like it, if you want me to pull a few cards, if you want me to look, just do it, and I'll do it on the house, okay?
Okay. All right, I appreciate it so much.
That will be my gift, not just to you, but to the spirit also, okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. These losses, especially when they're sudden and unexpected and recent, very, very upsetting. And this reading was so strong, especially in light of the fact that the last time I tried to do this on Ask One Radio, I got nothing. And I'm very happy that the caller took me up on my offer to contact me, and we'll do it again off the air. I think she was just nervous, the caller from 2 weeks ago. And we had a wonderful chat and did a very good reading. And that's, again, I consider that an extension of the Ask One Radio reading, and you're not getting billed for this, folks. Don't worry about that. When the time comes that money changes hands between us, you'll know all about it in advance, and you'll know what it will. There's no surprises. I'm not going to say I don't need. We all need money, but I don't need more money. You know what I mean? I'm doing okay. But it's so then the question comes up, of course, why do you charge for anything you do, right? I'll tell you why. There's this thing called the ritual economy. Reiki, for instance. A lot of you know what Reiki is. I was introduced to Reiki, as a lot of people were, by an emergency room nurse. And the gentleman who discovered Reiki, he never says he invented it. One is Dr. Tsui. He gave it away free. He did it. He was healing people all over Japan, and then of course it didn't last. And he had a vision that told him that people are not going to take this seriously unless you charge them. And that's where the ritual economy comes in. Now, we don't want to bleed people, but if you want something of value, you need to give something of value. And that's why, for instance, my pricing when I do readings is flexible. Yeah, you'll find the prices at Ask One Radio. Ask One Radio, that's where we are now. You'll find it at magic-works.com at the homepage. But they're not written in stone. I don't think of myself as a great religious figure on par with Moses, so I don't write things in stone. I don't let money get in the way. I simply don't. It's not worth it. It's not. There was a wonderful comedian many years ago named Eric Zoid. Some of you may have heard of him. I hope he's not forgotten. But I loved it. He'd come out. He looked like a gnome. He looked like Eric Burden, kind of. And of the animals. Man, am I dating myself? He'd say, money is great. He'd look at the audience and say, money is great, but it's not worth working for. Well, it's not worth dying for. That's the main thing, right? So anyway, let's go to Anissa in South Carolina. Anissa, you're on with Reverend Elliot. Hi, how are you doing tonight?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing well. What can I look at for you?
I'm wondering about my daughter and her safety for the future.
Okay, what would you like to know?
Is she going to get out of the situation that she's in?
Okay, let's take a look. Let's see, shuffle them up. Well, yes, she will. Okay, how's that for a quick answer? I had this card several times today. The 8 of Cups. That's a person who is leaving something that isn't working and goes to something better. It shows a person walking. It shows a person walking toward a castle on a hill. So that's a pretty good sign, So that's the answer. Okay. That's the short answer. Is there anything else you want to look at about that?
No, that's my biggest concern with her. I guess myself, and am I going to be by myself forever?
Not that I see here. Let's see. No. I see this change coming in your life, and it's going to be good change. Because after this, you have to have the Wheel of Fortune that represents change. That's followed by the 9 of Cups. Cups are romance in the heart, and the 9 of Cups is about a real sensual experience. This is a person who has a lot. enjoys the good things in life, physical pleasure, earthly pleasures. There's a tiny bit of a warning there that people are going to see you and be envious, and just don't flaunt it too much, because you're going to be really happy. So yeah, I see that coming. I also see that you're entering a time of change in your life that's going to be good. You've been alone a while, correct?
Right.
Because that's the 9 of coins. I had that for the previous caller. The 9 of coins is somebody who is comfortable alone, but you don't necessarily want to be alone. But you see, I've got the Knight of Cups here. The Knight of Cups says there is romance coming your way, and it's going to be good. It's going to be interesting. Here's the King of Cups. Oh, this is great. The cards love you. You ask about romance, and all the cup cards show up. Yes, it's in your future. There's nothing you can do about it. You're going to find love. How's that?
Okay. That's great.
Hey, I've got to run now. I've only got a couple of minutes to go.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And hey, that's it, folks. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the show that asks the question, is this stuff real? I've run into that with so many people. I mean, there are people I've known for 30, 40 years. When I started doing this, they thought, well, obviously it's card tricks. Well, I don't know card tricks. I'd say to them, you've known me 30, 40 years. Did you ever see me do card tricks? Did you think that I just waited to spring this on you? That's planning, man. To pull out with it 30, 40 years later. I mentioned this in passing, that one of the signs that we're changing and growing is we lose friends. And how? Whatever happened to you? That's a big one when we're changing and growing. You're not like you used to be. No, I'm not. I'm glad you noticed. All that stuff. It's, I don't know. I'd like to know. I'd like to go back and know what some of these people who I'd been around for years and years, I wonder what they think of me, or thought of me, or will they even recognize me? It comes to mind. But then again, I don't think it's worth it, because I happen to have stumbled online on a person I knew about 1982. And he wanted to be a writer, and I happened to find out that he did have a few books published, and he works. He's the dean of a girls' school, which for him would, he must have reformed, because he'd have been in prison otherwise to do with a job like that. But why bother contacting him? I thought, it might be good to contact him, but A, he may not even remember me, and B, we're different people now. Time does change us. Time changes us drastically. So maybe that'll be the subject of a discussion next week. And I do keep threatening to do online classes and Zoom stuff. But one of the things I want to do that about is time travel, which I know a lot of people don't particularly think exists. But I can tell you time travel is real, because I've done it. I have time traveled it. I have been traveling. I have done that. I have also done remote viewing. I have been able to contact people remotely. There's a trip. I contacted somebody who I wanted to test this out. I made an effort to reach somebody who I hadn't heard from in many years, and within 2 hours, she contacted me and then said, I don't know why I bothered. What did I do that for? I don't want to talk to you anymore. Good for the ego, right? So listen, I'll see you again next week. And until next week at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, check out my website, magic-works.com. And remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift to the universe. Good night.
Those who seek answers, available online and phone.